sail from a cove where the warm trade winds blow and the silver blue dolphins glide, where the rum's always strong and the nights run long and the tide is a thief at your side. When the moon's riding high and the lanterns are low and the waves start to shimmer bright, come aboard, cast away, let the sea have its say on another Caribbean night. Caribbean nights, like Caribbean days, more often than not, they're wilder than not, in the boldest of ways. Caribbean nights, neath Caribbean stars. Oh, rogue with a grin, could win or give in, out there past the bars. Shore keep a whispering lore of the captains who never came home, and the gulls overhead cry of treasure and dread where the reefs hide a kingdom of bone. But the breeze tastes the spice and the gamble feels right when your heart's set on freedom's bite. Raise a toast, stake your claim, let the world know your name on another Caribbean night. Caribbean nights. Caribbean nights. Sail from a cove where the warm trade winds blow and the silver blue dolphins glide, where the rum's always strong and the nights run long and the tide is a thief at your side. When the moon's riding high and the lanterns are low and the waves start to shimmer bright, come aboard, cast away, let the sea have its say on another Caribbean night. Caribbean nights, like Caribbean days, more often than not, they're wilder than not, in the boldest of ways. Caribbean nights, neath Caribbean stars. Oh, rogue with a grin, could win or give in, out there past the bars. The shore keep a whispering lore of the captains who never came home, and the gulls overhead cry of treasure and dread where the reefs hide a kingdom of bone. But the breeze tastes the spice and the gamble feels right when your heart's set on freedom's bite. Raise a toast, stake your claim, let the world know your name on another Caribbean night. Caribbean nights. Caribbean nights.
Welcome, everybody. This is Rogue Bard Advice. I know I have skipped through the intermission with Chaz and our Norseforged gathering announcement and all, but this is Rogue Bard Advice, and tonight we are not a D&D TTRPG role-playing question and answers session. Tonight, we have, again, our good friend Archaeowolf, and we are going to be discussing a question that came up last week in the chat, and that is Amelia Earhart.
Amelia Earhart. Yep.
Amelia Earhart. You know, I had a book growing up about Amelia Earhart, and I was trying today to find it online to see what it was, but the only thing I could remember about this book was it was like a cartoon drawing book kind of thing, but it was a
Really?
life drawing book. But the last scene had them removing had Noonan and Amelia removing the equipment from her plane, and had Fred Noonan loading the plane up with jerry can fuel cans, and then them taking off into the sunset with a guy from Papua New Guinea just on the airstrip just waving goodbye as she flies into the sunset. And that's the end of the book.
That is
You know the book?
no.
Oh.
No, that's just kind of like okay.
It was a kid's book. It was
yeah, you can't dress up a kid's book with, oh, by the way, she disappeared and probably died.
Right.
You
think I got it from
it.
like the Scholastic Book Fair in the early 90s.
In the chat. The
my
chat
daughter
knows.
just had her for a history lesson last week. Nice.
The chat knows. She's in Delta Quadrant.
So Yokai Lover is a very big Voyager fan.
Sure. So I will just a sidetrack to that episode because I remember it because of Amelia Earhart and the 33 Ford pickup.
Right.
I have to ask if they did Amelia Earhart and not Flight 19, because Flight 19 had already been done for Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Well, you know, honestly, you couldn't know. Because here's the thing. Did you know on the episode of Twilight, the Twilight Zone, where they're flying on the plane and there's gremlins on the wings of the aircraft? Mm-hmm. You know, that's Bill Shatner.
Yeah. I do know that.
A lot of people don't know that before he was in Star Trek, William Shatner was in Twilight Zone.
Yep. No, I did know that.
But I have to disagree that she's in the Delta Quadrant, because I think she's in the Smithsonian and she only comes to live at night.
So that's a whole paradoxical question, because what if you had multiple displays of Amelia Earhart and they all come alive at once? Are they all Amelia Earhart?
Well, here's the thing. They did have all the bobblehead Einsteins.
They did.
So were they all Einstein?
All Einstein, or is it? Is this life essence of Einstein brought back by the tablet of, whichever particular pharaoh they tried to pin that on?
Amun-Ra, or whoever it was? Amun-Ra?
I can't remember. I didn't see the second one. I've just seen bits and pieces of it. Is that really, no one seems to explain what the life essence is. Does it bring the spirit of that person back and put them in the body? Or the automaton, or whatever they want to call it?
Who knows?
Gould got her in art. Yes, that's a good one too.
The Gould, yeah.
Whoa. So yeah, let's. I was thinking about this too, because of course I remember when you sent me a text message this afternoon that we were doing this. I knew I was doing something. I couldn't remember what. So I thought real quick we should cover some stuff, because when we talked about Amelia Earhart last time, it was this real shoot from the hip, off the cuff.
Yeah.
In relation to a question that picked up in the middle of the whole story.
Yeah.
So I think we should start at the beginning. And I'm sure that everybody already knows who Amelia Earhart is. But hey, we might have somebody show up and they're listening and they don't quite know, or they'll come across your stuff and not have the full picture. Amelia Earhart was an aviator, was a woman aviator in the 1920s and 30s, who was very famous for doing a lot of firsts. This is back in the time where misogyny is pretty damn high. Women can't fly airplanes, but yes, she can. And she knocked down a lot of this naysaying about women being able to do things in aviation, etc., so forth. And one of the things she did was that she's most famous for is fly a twin-engine Lockheed Electra around the world and be the first woman to do it. She wouldn't have been the first person to do it solo, but she would have been the first woman to do it. This is back in 1937. The aircraft that she was flying was a highly modified Lockheed Electra Model 10, which is a twin-engine airplane that is very much related to World War II bombers like the B-34 Lexington, the Ventura, and the Harpoon torpedo bombers, the Lockheed Lodestar. All of these famous Lockheed designs from late 1930s through the 1940s that became very popular after the war. Not a DC-10, Craig. It was never meant to fly the distances. It was an airliner. It was meant to be a small airliner, carry like 8 to 12 people. No, I'm not saying she was rich. She was married to Gore Vidal, but she was not rich. In fact, I think National Geographic bankrolled a big chunk of this flight. I believe they bankrolled part of the airplane. Lockheed donated a significant amount because, hey, if their airplane can fly around the world, Douglas hadn't done that yet with the DC-3, I guess at the time would have been the DC-2. This was just as much as marketing as it was scientific research, as it was a first for women. There was a lot of things rolled up into this. She originally was going to do the flight backwards from what ended up actually happening. She took off from California and flew to Hawaii. And in Hawaii, there was an incident and the plane ground looped and was heavily damaged. So they actually had to take it apart, put it on a boat, send it back to California where Lockheed rebuilt the airplane. And this time they turned around and they flew from California to Texas to Florida, across the ocean, Africa, skipped across Africa, Asia and everything. That's a Lockheed Model 10. And this airplane had, I want to say, like another 800 gallons of gas in it. So the fuselage is packed with fuel tanks. It had really good radios on it. They really outfitted this for success because, yes, publicity, and yes, everybody wanted this to succeed. Well, the hardest part of this trip was the crossing of the Pacific. And this is the time where she would have flown, had she flown the original route, she would have gotten the most difficult and dangerous part of the flight out of the way in the beginning. She would have flown from Hawaii to Howland Island, which is about the size of a city block. It is not very big. It might be a little bit bigger, but it is a speck in the middle of the Pacific. It has no water on it. That's how remote, that's how cut off it is from everything. It has no fresh water. It is literally a flat strip with a little tower on it and I think beacon. So ships don't run into it. But that's it. And then there was going to be enough fuel and stuff on Howland to pick up from Howland and fly to Papua New Guinea.
No. They went from Papua New Guinea to Howland and then Howland to Hawaii.
Yeah. So originally the plan was to go the
you're
other
talking
direction.
about yeah, okay.
So the original plan was to go from Hawaii to Howland to Papua New Guinea. Well, because she reversed due to the season, she turned around and she went the opposite direction. She flew east to come out of the west instead of west to come out of the east. So the most difficult part of the trip was the last part of the trip, which was the flight from Lae in Papua New Guinea to Howland Island and then to Hawaii. And this was the equivalent of throwing a dart blindfolded in the direction of a dartboard from across the bar. This was a really going to be a very tricky thing to pull off, because you have all these variables in aviation that you have to be concerned with: headwinds, speed, fuel consumption, if your equipment's working, if it's not working, etc., so forth. So in 1937, her and Fred Noonan took off for the third to last leg of the trip, which was Lae in Papua New Guinea to Howland Island. And when they took off, it was a near-run thing. The plane almost crashed because it was so overloaded with fuel. Her airplane burned somewhere between 8 and 12 gallons an hour, flying at 115 miles an hour. Should have made the flight in about, I want to say about 12 hours. Well, the U.S. Navy was really interested in this trip too. So there's lots of information about the weather conditions and stuff that survived from this time period, because we're on the Japanese are acting up in the Pacific. The U.S. Navy is on alert. So here's this opportunity to kind of piggyback on a civilian stunt to see the feasibility of having an air corridor of transportation, so you wouldn't have to rely on ships and stuff. So they were paying a lot of attention to this. It was discovered that Amelia Earhart had a headwind that she was flying into, which slowed her down significantly and upped the fuel consumption. After flying for about 11 hours, she starts calling in to trying to find a ship called the Itasca. And the Itasca was a Coast Guard cutter that was stationed about 400 miles west of Howland Island to be a point of reference, to be a beacon, and to be a radio guide signal. They could not see the cutter. And the cutter was receiving these messages, but they weren't getting an answer back. And what had been, I can't remember if this was actually proven, if part of the aerial antenna had torn off on the ground in Lae, or if it was hypothesized that, because the airplane was so overloaded that it might have scraped the belly. That is the Itasca when she was working for the Royal Navy during the Second World War.
That's the Itasca from 1929. But yeah.
No, that's the colors in.
Right. No,
for the wartime.
Right, but that's the picture that I got is from 19. It says 1929 on it, but
no.
She didn't I'm sorry. That's when she was the HMS Golston or Girlston.
Yep. Gorlston or whatever. Yeah, we gave actually all of those cutters of this class, which I want to say was the Lake class. We gave them all to the British for escorts and submarine warfare and stuff, and they lost 2 of them for us and then gave them all back. But the Itasca was coal-fired at the time, so they stoked the boilers and they put up a lot of coal smoke to try to lure or try to show off, hey, here where we are. It was relatively calm. It was as clear as you could be at the time. That's what she looked like when she was looking for Amelia Earhart. And they could not get Amelia Earhart to respond directly to them. But she was clicking off messages. And one of the messages she said, cannot see you, cannot hear you, running north and south. And it's thought that she thought she was further than she actually was because of the headwind, because of the fuel consumption. And so she's running instead of east-west, she's trying to run north and south, because if she's a little bit off on her eastern course, it would make sense that if she gets to in line with Howland Island, running north or south they'll pick up the island, and they didn't. What they did do is pick up the islands that we know as Nikamororo. And after her fuel is expended, there's no more flight time, she quote unquote disappears. This is not a good thing for the U.S. aviation. It's not a good thing for the Navy, because the Navy's helping the Coast Guard, and obviously, she's a celebrity in 1937. This is a big deal. So she disappears, and no one can find her. And that becomes the conspiracy. This is where the conspiracy really folds in, because no one wants to admit that Amelia Earhart ran out of gas and crashed in the Pacific and, died horribly, or after a long whatever. And so this is where this is where the conspiracy theories come in. There's conspiracy theories saying that she was shot down by the Japanese. There's conspiracies saying that she was that she crashed and was captured by the Japanese. Both result in the Japanese killing her. And this, I think, was fueled by the fact that at the beginning of the Second World War, when we finally get involved, we discover that the Japanese Navy and the Japanese Air Force have twin-engine bombers that are very capable airplanes, despite their flaws, despite the issues with them that we find out after we engage them in combat. They're still finding, they have an airplane that can fly 3,000 miles in one direction with a full load of bombs. Holy shit. At the time, racism is running higher than it is now, if that's even possible. They couldn't have done it themselves. They had to have found an American airplane. And it kind of feeds this idea that she had force landed. The Japanese captured her airplane and managed to reverse engineer it into an airplane that they had flying for like a year before she took this trip. So there's this idea there. There's people who said that she was captured and she spent the rest of the whole war in an internment camp, and then retired somewhere, didn't want to be famous anymore. I know somebody said that there was a lady who didn't exist before 1945, and then she does, and she's this middle-aged white woman who lives in San Diego and is a dental assistant or something like that. A lot of different hypotheses come up that try to explain away how this American woman could disappear, and not the obvious of, hey, we're just gonna, there's one of these images of, hey, here's a white woman who is on a dock. It's got to be Amelia Earhart, because there's no other white women in the 1930s with short hair wearing a white shirt and dark pants on a pier somewhere. There's lots of there's lots of stuff that it's very circumstantial. And the moment you say, well, how do you know this isn't somebody else? Can you prove that it's not someone else? The arguments fall apart. The question about the smoke. The smoke would have gotten up pretty high. That's actually one of the concerns about coal burning vessels that was discovered in the First World War and kept up on in the Second, is that you would have ships that burn coal billowing smoke, and enemy vessels and enemy aircraft being able to pick them out from hundreds of miles away. With the light fading behind her, she would have probably been able to see it. And she was flying at an altitude of about 12,000 feet. So yeah, it's very possible if she had been within 400 miles, she would have seen it. but I don't think she was. I think Nicomaroro, it directly east of Howland, is about 350 to 400 miles, but then it's 200 or 300 miles south. So she's southwest of the island. And if she's still looking in east and not looking northeast, she might not see it. I mean, there's, again, though, a number of variables in aviation that might prevent her from seeing it.
And if she was flying into sunset, if the sunset was setting behind her, she wouldn't have seen it.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the angle. But I mean, the Itasca, only after about an hour of her trying to say, "Hey, I can't find you," they were like, "Hey, we're gonna stoke the boilers here and try to put up a signal." A lot of the information that is available today, though, was not available at the end or to the public during the search and then after the war, because a lot of the information was top secret. And this is, of course, where more conspiracy will come in, because people are like, oh, the government's involved. Well, of course the government's involved. The Navy looked for her for like 3 weeks. For 3 or 4 days, very heavily searched with aircraft and ships and submarines. They searched all over. I think they searched some 15,000 square miles. But this is a time period where we don't have radar, we don't have GPS, we don't have radio triangulation is not nearly as what it could be today. So they're looking for these signals and they're not finding them. They're looking for an airplane, which is very small in the grand scheme of the world, in the ocean, and it's surprising what airplanes flying in the sky cannot see on the ocean surface. A lot of instances of people looking to be rescued by aircraft. Sometimes the airplane keeps flying and doesn't see them. It's because the airplane is at a certain angle where the ocean just swallows up everything and it just looks blue or black or green, and you don't get any reflection. There's no shadow, stuff like that. So, the guy who found the survivors from the USS Indianapolis in 1945 literally did not see the oil slick of the ship or all of the debris or all of the life rafts. What he saw at this random angle at the right time was what he thought was a bunch of coconuts. And he didn't see the rafts, but he saw these guys' heads, which is crazy. Now, Kirk brings up a very good point. If Amelia Earhart ditched her airplane in the Pacific, they would be looking for an airplane that would not float for very long. Amelia Earhart's airplane, though, and this is something that gets brought up with the conspiracy theories when you ask these questions, is, do people account for how the airplane had been modified? You have in the airplane empty air bladders, essentially, by way of these giant fuel tanks. So her airplane may have floated for significantly longer than the equivalent airplane that didn't have these giant fuel tanks stuffed in the fuselage. The fuel tanks, if they're sealed, they're not going to fill with water, and her airplane would float until it was either damaged or, finally the seams on these fuel tanks gave way. They were known to leak, but her airplane would have floated for a longer time had she ditched.
And on that, if it did sink with those fuel bladders in there and they were empty, once they got to a depth, they would have inflated themselves, not with oxygen. It's just the pressure itself would have inflated them, and it would have risen back up to the surface.
Yep. Or it would have hit this point called neutral buoyancy, which is not on the surface.
No. And it's not on the ground.
It's not on the surface, it's not on the bottom. There are boats that have been found in the English Channel that were reported missing off of the coast of Florida. They're small boats, they're like the cigarette boats, the speed boats, stuff like that. Because when they sink, they get swamped. They sink down like 200 feet. Well, that's the current. So they hit that current at the Gulf Stream, and they just go, and they float like a cork in the current. They're not buoyant enough to float, but they're too buoyant to go any deeper. And they wind up in water that is shallow enough for them to hit the bottom, and that's where they get stuck. One of the things, though, that comes up in later data searches and when information is made available is that the U.S. Navy was tracking radio signals for 4 days after Amelia Earhart disappears. Not where she was. That's the kind of thing. She's in the middle of the Pacific, which is in this kind of a dead zone. You know, it's one of the biggest empty spots. You know, the thing about the radio signals, though, that the USS Colorado, the battleship, was picking up, is that they were picking up radio signals at certain parts of the day, and by the day I mean at night. And these signals were transmitting very weak, very straightforward, just some numbers. And they weren't getting any response. They were reaching out, and they were not able to get any response from this person. Whoever was sending these signals was just tapping out messages. And then finally, they go away. Well, triangulation of where those radio signals are found from a number of different ships and aircraft that were picking them up at night center on Nicomaroro Island. I think there might be a couple that center on another island that's maybe 50 miles east. But, I mean, you just turned your 15,000-mile search area into 100 miles or less than. That's a massive thing. The problem is that, again, we don't have a lot of not a lot of information is available at the time, especially out on the ships. There's no internet. Information goes a lot slower. So on the 6th or 7th day of searching, 3 or 4 Navy planes fly over Nicomaroro Island. And they say the pilots observed signs of human habitation on this little island, probably a fire ring, probably, some debris and stuff. And they go, oh, somebody's there. And they literally went, it's probably Pacific Islanders, because they had no idea that the island was uninhabited. Island was technically under the jurisdiction and ownership, if you will, of the British. And no one's going to call the British and say, hey, do you have people living on this little island that might not even have a name? So, and they didn't see anybody. That was the other thing, is they didn't see anybody come out saying, hey, I'm here trying to wait for help or anything. So that was like Pacific Islanders, hey, whatever. There was also a wreck of a ship on that island, the Norwich City, I think. I did a video on it. I can't remember its name. And it might have been people, who were showing up and salvaging pieces off that ship, and they had a campfire, and then they left. The point is that these Navy pilots did not see any humans on the island, and they didn't see any intact aircraft. So they left. And that's kind of where the story again drops. The Navy's like, well, she's been gone for X amount of time. There's no way she could have survived. I think they searched for her until her emergency rations would have run out. So no water, no food. And she's written off. And then, of course, 1938 is pretty spicy in the Pacific. 1939, the Germans start the war. And again, there's actions in the Pacific. There's stuff's happening. American interests in China are being threatened by the Japanese. The Japanese are moving in on places. They're fortifying. So we're picking up this military standing. 1940, 1940, the war is kicking off real hard. 1941, we get involved. And everybody kind of forgets, it's not that important. She's dead for 2-3 years now. And no one's paying attention. So it becomes a good story. It's now a legend, a conspiracy theory, blah, blah, blah. It gets on TV. I'm pretty sure there's an episode of Unsolved Mysteries about Amelia Earhart with the creepy music and the maybe you can solve a mystery guy. What's his name? Robert Stack, I think.
Yeah. So while you were discussing all that, I had found something to answer the currents question. And
yeah,
she would have been following, if she had landed or if she had crashed and did achieve neutral buoyancy and was stuck in a current, she would have been pushed back all the way back to Papua New Guinea.
Yep.
Under this equatorial, what is it?
Countercurrent.
Countercurrent, yeah, because it was a westwardly current.
Yep. Yeah, she would have been pushed back. So her airplane could be, if she ditched, could be anywhere within a couple 100 miles, depending on when the buoyancy goes out, when it falls out of the current, because at some point it might fall out. Also, aircraft and submarines share some design features that are very similar, and it's their control surfaces. An ailerons and wings and tail sections of an airplane, that the air moves over and then is manipulated by the elevators and the ailerons. A submarine has very similar planes on them.
Yeah, they're called dive planes.
Dive planes in the front, dive planes in the back. And you can, if you've ever watched Hunt for Red October, the submarines are banking underwater. It almost looks like they are flying. Mm-hmm. An airplane, if it ditches and is intact and it finally fills with water and sinks, it's not going to go straight down. It is going to plane off somewhere as the movement of water over the control surfaces kind of directs it where it's going to go. There's going to be points of drag, which will turn the airplane in that direction. Any damage to the airfoil or something may cause it to veer off in another direction. So if you were to pinpoint a spot where an airplane goes in the water and the left wing is bent up, so you have a smaller surface or you have this big gnarled end that's catching drag, it might spin on that axis, not the middle, but the wingtip, and it might dive off, and you'll find it miles away to the south or miles away to, turning left, depending on how deep the water is, the currents, the weight. But it's not going to go like, when it hits and just goes bloop, it's not going to do that. Nothing ever does that.
Prime example.
When you drop it in water.
Prime example, the Air France aircraft that crashed in the Atlantic that got struck by lightning when it took off from Brazil.
Yeah.
Where it crashed in the Atlantic, it was found
not where it touched the water. Yeah.
It was found like 50 to 60 miles to the northeast after it caught the current. That's where the debris field was, but not where it crashed into the ground or it touched
the water. Yeah.
Touched the water.
So, the current thing that's a great hypothesis. It can be disproven or questions can be brought up about it that you then have to answer like we've just done. Yes, she ditched in the water. Say we know that for an absolute fact. Did the current pick up her airplane? Did her airplane meet neutral buoyancy? How far did it get carried? If you want to know how far it gets carried, you now have to do the math of this object in neutral buoyancy at however deep that is that you don't know, being pushed by a current which goes 4 miles an hour or something like that. And that's on a perfect day. What about storms? What about other currents? What about a ship sailing by moving with its draft and the wake turbulence, that could have dropped the airplane out of neutral buoyancy. So it might be 60 feet down and no one sees it, but that wake turbulence breaks neutral buoyancy and the airplane goes down there. Do you have all of those variables? If you don't, you're looking at a lot of space in order to cover all of your boundaries. You're not going to get a pinpoint location. Going back to the Nikomororo thing, a lot of research has gone into trying to find her, like serious research. And we of course bring this, this comes up because we're on social media. We have, people, we responded to people who for clout are talking trash. We know where it is. And it turns out to be a pile of rocks, Tony Romeo, in your $8 million, waste of money, finds a pile of rocks that he said for several months was absolute proof of Amelia Earhart's airplane. It even looks like an airplane, he says. You have individuals who are now saying, hey, the airplane is broken up and covered in concretions and covered in corrosion, but they can identify these pieces from Google Earth, which not really, anybody who's looking at these pictures, they literally have to point them. Oh, this spot right here is where I'm looking exactly. You got to kind of have to deal with the phenomenon of pareidolia there.
But yet, with Tony Romo and his $8 million side-scanning sonar imagery, can't produce a clear enough image of what he shows. Yeah. But yet we have the same technology producing 3D image scans of your favorite shipwreck.
There's a few.
I was talking about the Shackleton's ship.
Oh, the Endurance?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have 3D imagery of the Endurance as it sits right now. We could easily, Tony Romo could, or Romeo, or whatever his name is, he's not the Dallas Cowboys quarterback, but he could go out there with his $8 million and do the same thing. We have pictures of the USS Indianapolis sitting on the ground.
We do. We have the technology of today in the 2020s is so amazing that if you do come up with a picture that's that blurry and bad, you have to ask yourself, I mean, why are you doing this? I want to send you something that you can put up on the vid here.
Okay. I put up a picture of Nikomororo Island, or Nikomororo Island.
Yeah. Tell me if that comes through. So this, the thing, hopefully he can show you, is a picture of, I think, like a Junkers 88 German bomber that was found on the bottom of the ocean. And this is LiDAR, yeah, high-tech scanning equipment is no good if you're looking in the wrong place. Exactly. But here's the thing, is that high-tech scanning gear could show you that it was a pile of rocks. That's the two sides of the coin. Oh, we can't identify, it's not Amelia Earhart's wreck, but they would be able to tell that it's a pile of rocks.
I have that image.
I didn't.
And then I have these two images.
So I'm again faced with this issue of technology. I'm looking at the Streamlabs to see myself. Chris is moving on the screen on the YouTube, and I'm a couple of. I mean, there's probably a 2-minute lag at this point between what I'm seeing here and what's on the YouTube. So it's ridiculous when it shows up. The search for Amelia Earhart has been going on for a while. Professional searching. And there's this organization that has been looking for her for a long time called the International Group for Historic Aircraft Recovery, or TIGER. I've had a lot of people kind of push back and say tiger's no good. I've seen their work. I've seen their book. One of the people directly involved is one of the guys who wrote CRM Law. Tom King is one of the guys who is involved in Tiger. So they came into this very much with a mindset and a professional background in archaeology, in aviation history, in conservation. So this is the group of people that if you are going to set up an expedition, you want with you. And they are the ones who are able to put together an expedition and go, well, we're missing points A, B, and C. We don't have the information here. Who do we need? You know, they're the best ones to tell you, okay, we can cover this, but we also need to cover this. That's not who's involved with that university that wants to go look at places, look at Nicomaroro Island and ignore all of the tiger data. This guy that I just did a video on TikTok, ignoring the tiger data. Tony Romeo, ignoring the tiger data. I mean, they've done numerous expeditions to Nicomaroro with the intent of doing actual archaeological work, which includes, if they find an artifact, recording it in situ with all of its provenience data to tie in where it is and to show that, hey, this actually is from the time period we're talking versus showing up later versus washing up as drift debris, stuff like that. One thing that I did fail to mention, that we're going to wind the clock back a little bit, is that in 1940, right before the Pacific really kicks off in the Second World War, you have the British show up onto Gardner Island, which is Nicomaroro. And they have essentially a British missionary, I guess, school teacher, some sort of administrator guy. And they bring with them, I think, 60 Gilbert Islanders to occupy this little island and have a village and all of that stuff. And I'm pretty sure had something to do with the Second World War, this idea of, hey, if we have people here who are loyal to the crown, it will be an act of war if the Japanese invade. So these people are on this island in 1940 until the early 1960s. And in this event, we'll get to that in a second. In this event, a body is found on Nicomaroro. It's just bones, skull, pelvis, some vertebrae, some rib bones, and I think one or two of the long bones in the legs. Not very many bones, though, are recovered. And they are taken back to Fiji, where a mortician or doctor looks at these bones and makes the declaration that they come from a Eurasian male about this to this in height, this to this in age, roughly, and probably a castaway. That's accurate, I guess. But then they bury these bones go in a box. And in the subsequent years, during the Second World War, after the Second World War, Fijian independence, all this stuff, these bones are lost. The records, however, survive. So forensically, an anthropologist looked at all the records, reconstructed the bones the best could from notes, and established that these bones were not male, but in fact female. And that this skeleton roughly matches the height and the age of Amelia Earhart. This is very significant. But if Amelia is there, where's Fred Noonan? You know, Fred Noonan was with her. People seem to forget poor Fred Noonan. Well, Chris, can you bring up a picture of that thing that lives on the island? That might be the end-all, be-all of why we can't find anything. One of the creatures that lives on Nicomaroro Island are coconut crabs. Coconut crabs are terrifying. Coconut crabs eat everything. So the thought is that if somebody was marooned on the island, their body would fall victim to coconut crabs and other scavengers, but mostly these crabs. The thing is, if somebody dies and there's somebody else there, the first person to die will likely be buried. The second person to die, there's no one left to bury them. So this might explain if Amelia Earhart died first, she gets buried. Fred Noonan dies, and he's just on the dirt under a tree. The crabs eat him. Storms come, they wash his bones away, and by the time, even 3 years later, there's nothing really left of poor Fred. But Amelia Earhart's bones, but Amelia Earhart, who was buried, those remains are going to survive longer. Now, the conditions for burial on Nicomaroro are not great. Preservation's not going to be the best. So that's why the skeleton a fragmentary skeleton was found.
So for those of you who are in the YouTube and not ArchaeoWolf and his live stream 2-minute delay, that's a coconut crab on the screen.
Aren't they just enjoyable, wonderful critters?
And they can grow. And this is an actual photo, not AI, not anything.
Please put that not AI in there because it needs to be said.
Yeah.
They close roads in Guam when coconut crabs are walking, because if you were to hit coconut crabs as they run across the road, they would cause your army truck to hydroplane and crash. I knew a guy in the Southwest who worked on Guadalcanal and Guam. And he's like, yeah, the most terrifying part of it was the coconut crabs. Not the snakes. The snakes were a problem, and the spiders were also a problem on Guam. But the coconut crabs are the ones that give him like the jeebies.
Coconut crabs can grow up to 3 feet in length.
They're terrifying. They're good eating, apparently, but that's.
I'm sorry. 3.7 meters from claw to claw. Oh, I'm sorry. No. That's the world's largest crab. That's the Japanese spider crab.
I was gonna say that is like something from the depths. That's like a
so they can reach a meter leg span, which is 3 feet.
Yeah, that's just too big. Anyway, they're carnivorous. They eat dead things. Human bodies are dead things. So with this information of, hey, a body was found on Nicomaroro that predates humans being on the island, the Gilbert Islanders brought there by the British, a lot of expeditions have looked at Nicomaroro, tigers especially. In their excavations, they found a number of things on the island, which are very interesting, including stuff like a sextant box, which Amelia Earhart had a sextant. But so did that ship that's wrecked on the coast. Plus, it's made out of wood. It might have drifted there. They found pieces of plexiglass, which are flat. But unfortunately, these pieces of plexiglass aren't very identifiable. They have no maker's marks on them. And it's nigh impossible, I believe, to match them to a specific airplane. I mean, I don't think there's any way you could match a piece of plexiglass from a Lockheed Electra to the batch that was on only Lockheed Electras. I don't think that's possible, let alone directly to her airplane. Some of the stuff, though, that gets found is very compelling, though, like makeup. Ladies' makeup from a compact that was the type that Amelia Earhart was known to favor. A zipper from a flight jacket, which was the same style that she wore. the remains of shoes, which were the same shoes that she wore. A number of other small pieces that are really compelling to say, yes, these belong to Amelia. Is there a variable that could explain why those things are there? And there is, and it's that obnoxious thing called the ocean. The ocean hauls so much shit around. Does anybody remember the Legos or the rubber ducks or the sneakers? In the 90s, there were several containers that fell off of container ships that held cargo that was Legos, Reebok sneakers, rubber duckies. And researchers started finding these, or people started finding these on beaches all around the world. Well, because money is a really important thing and insurance is really important, needs all the evidence, these ships recorded where they lost their cargoes. And if their cargo was lost off the coast of Japan, and you have rubber duckies from this cargo washing up in Spain, how did it get there? And these things have helped explain the currents as you see them, because they're finding them on all these beaches. And it actually is able to help us plot out the direction of the currents and how fast they move and stuff like that. And what currents interconnect. So you have a current that goes around the Pacific. At some point, it's got to connect to a current that pulls stuff into the Atlantic. And then those currents talk to each other and move it all around the Atlantic coastlines. So there is a possibility that a zipper or a piece of clothing with that particular zipper on it washed up on the island and has nothing to do with Amelia Earhart or the shoes or the sextant box. What are the odds? Couldn't tell you. But the fact that you have all from the same time period, all from the same depth in the sand, all from the same rough location on the island, you have the bones of a middle-aged European descendant woman who wore a jacket that had this zipper that was type related to this aviator's jacket she wore these flat type of shoes, wore this same kind of makeup, and is associated with a bunch of survival archaeology on the island. That is really compelling to say, well, this very likely was Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan, which, of course, we're not finding anything of poor Fred, which could be because for a number of reasons. He died in the crash. He died after her somewhere else on the island. His body got washed away in a storm. Who knows? The survival archaeology is butchered turtle shells, turtle bones and stuff. Sea turtles found on the beach. They don't move very fast, and if you're starving, you'll run one down, kill it with a rock. So they're finding pieces. These archaeological expeditions found pieces of sea turtles that had been butchered and thrown in a midden, which we all know what a midden is. It's the trash pile where people's food waste goes. Evidence of fire, evidence of using metal implementation that is either fragmentary or no longer there. And then that archaeological deposit runs out very quickly. It's a very short period of time. And then it gets replaced with the Gilbert Islanders, who are there from 1940 to 1965. This is interesting because now you have humans on the island and humans interacting with what is on the island. And interviews done by Tiger with indigenous peoples who lived there as kids, relating stories which get ignored by the Tony Romeos and the conspiracy theory crowd, is when this indigenous woman goes, well, my father used to bring pieces of an airplane back to turn into fishing lures or decorative little boxes or, tacked it together to make a water vessel. Is that you?
It is me.
Ooh, Not me.
We got a tornado warning in the area.
Ah, yes, because you live where the tornadoes are. So you have something that comes up with the airplane, or what's left of the airplane, which is Nikomoro Island is an outpost. There's nothing there. You know, there's really no fresh water. There's no resources. So if you have something like a shipwreck or a airplane wreck, which has material you can use, you're going to strip that airplane down for parts and pieces that you can repurpose for something else. Now, going back to the radio signals. The radio signals stopped after a couple of days on Nikomoro, which coincide with a large weather event, which leads to the hypothesis that Amelia Earhart landed her airplane on the reef at low tide. It's at low tide where the airplane is able to be on the reef and land somewhat intact with no more fuel to fly, but enough fuel to run one of the engines, which has the generator on it for the radios. Well, the airplane's only accessible when the tide is low. And when the radio signals are coming into the US Navy, and when the tide is out, they overlap, they coincide. But when the Navy is not getting any radio signals, the tide is up, which means the airplane is inaccessible. You can't run an airplane if the engine's half underwater. You know, you can't, even if the carburetor is out of the water, a radial engine has open valves. You'd suck water into those valves down below and you'd hydrolock the engine. Plus the propeller, even if that wasn't the case, the propeller couldn't spin in the water. So you're not able to continue to generate power for your radios until the tide's out. A weather event comes along, big storm, tears your airplane apart. There's no more radio. You are now marooned. The pieces that don't get pulled off the reef by wave action would have washed up further on the shore. This is where they are accessible to the Gilbert Islanders, who show up several years later and go, oh, look at these pieces of aluminum that we can use for whatever. And then you see all the pieces of that aircraft get recycled into something else to be used locally. Now, a number of these objects still exist. But again, we're back at that question of, can you metallurgically test a piece of metal to show that it came from an exact airplane? I don't know if that's possible. Now, Chris is an airplane guy. He worked on them. He fixed them. He knows more about that than I do. Chris, can you metallurgically test a piece of aluminum, or duraluminum in this case, to prove that it came specifically from a Lockheed Electra?
No.
Or could it come from any aircraft within a 10-year period?
You can, but not metallurgically. The aluminum would be 2025 T6 or 7075 T6. But as to what aircraft it went on, no, you can't. You can know it was aircraft grade aluminum, but unless it has a serial number stamped on it, like MH347 or whatever, the whole aileron that had the serial number stamped on it, that can be traced back to that specific aircraft. So we know that aircraft crashed somewhere in the Indian Ocean. Where, we don't know. But those currents are massive, and that ocean is massive.
So one of the objects that was recovered by Tiger, I want to say in like 2005, was a piece of aluminum that was absolutely from an airplane. Absolutely from an airplane. And they did a bunch of testing on it to see if they could prove that it was from Amelia Earhart's airplane. And what they found was it was a fragment from a B-24. And the way they did this, I kid you not, was they tested the paint that was left, which was the zinc primer. And it proved to be the same sort of primer that you saw on aircraft built for the U.S. Air Force in like 1944. And they matched the rivet holes to the rivets pattern that was on B-24s. So they were able to establish that this came from from a B-24. Cool. Where'd it crash? Well, 100 and something miles away on another one of these little islands that had a base on it, a B-24 had crashed off the coast and had broken up in the crash, and a couple of the crew died. Well, there you go, where the current can move fragments of a broken up airplane in the surf to another island only 100 miles away. That's why that is how you're able to track, oh, this piece from a B-24 is likely from this wreck 100 miles away, because we know it was a B-24 because we have identifiable parts from this aircraft, plus witness statements, plus crew survival statements. So this piece wound up on Nicomaroro at some point, who knows when. Could have taken 30 years to wash that 30 mile, that 100 miles. But they were able to establish that this piece of aluminum was not from a Lockheed Electra. So that is that shows that you have to check off all your variables. When the Tony Romeo thing came out, oh, here's this airplane off the coast of Howland Island. When I did my video, I pointed out that it could be a number of actual proven witnessed plane crashes from the Second World War. And there was like 15 plane crashes off the coast of Howland, of which all of them were twin engines or multi-engine and would have met the same sort of appearance, broken up on the seafloor, as Amelia Earhart's plane. That's when you have to have more evidence to show that, yes, this is a Lockheed Electra and not a Lockheed Harpoon or a PBM or a consolidated flying boat or any of these other things. So the more evidence comes up, the more it shows that Amelia Earhart's plane, very likely what was left of it, got repurposed and reused by the Gilbert Islanders who were there on the island. Not all of the airplane would have wound up on shore, though. Have you ever, Chris, you might know this off the top of your head because I'm not quite sure. How much do you think a Pratt & Whitney radial engine weighs?
A Pratt & Whitney radial engine probably weighs somewhere in the neighborhood of,
I think
350 to 450 pounds.
You think so? I mean, a slant 6 weighs 650. We're talking about an airplane radial. If it was a Pratt & Whitney, it might have been a Wright Cyclone. I have an Akaton who's trying to pull my headset out. Naughty boy. Naughty boy.
So a Pratt & Whitney radial engine weighs very significantly by model, ranging from roughly 650 pounds for the earlier 9-cylinder Wasp to over 3,400 pounds for the 28-cylinder R4360 Wasp Major.
Okay, so
key models include the R1340 Wasp, which is about 930 pounds, the R1830 Twin Wasp, 1,467 pounds, and the R28 Double Wasp, 2,300 pounds.
Okay. So you're looking at a couple of pieces that are, once they're away from the plane, they have very limited, you're not moving that very easily. So there's parts of the plane that possibly are still on the reef. There's parts of those parts also, once the plane breaks up or gets carried out to sea a little bit, they broke off and sank in deeper water, and they would have pulled big chunks of aluminum down with them. Again, this comes into that buoyancy thing. If the engine weighs X amount, you have to compensate for that. You could have the entire wing of a Lockheed Electra full of water pulled down by an engine that weighs 1,000 pounds.
So, for context and for accuracy, the Electra 10E used by Amelia Earhart used larger R1340 Wasp S3H1 engines, and they weighed 865 pounds each.
Okay. So you have 850 pounds of metal attached to other pieces of metal, be the nacelle and the wing, that if a typhoon came up, the typhoon's wave action could move that right until it gets to a point where it stops moving it. And then it's going to drop. So it's very possible, because I think once you get off the reef in a couple miles and you're in deeper water, it's like 12,000 feet deep off of Nicomororo. It's a depth. So you're looking for an object that's very small off the coast, assuming it didn't get caught up in the rocks and everything down the continental slope or anything like that. That, there is no, I mean, it's very small in the grand scheme of things, and you don't necessarily know what survived. That's going to be very hard to see once you get down to that depth with either LiDAR or sonar or hyperactive bathymetric, whatever. Again, Chris knows more about the underwater terminology than I do.
What do we got?
Well, what do you think they would be searching for? A cast iron and aluminum engine and an aluminum wing. What do you think they'd be using to search for that?
Side scanning sonar, easy.
Yeah.
I mean,
So,
you could do
is the
side
bottom
scanning
flat?
sonar. What's that?
Is the bottom flat?
No.
Is this if it's on the slope? Does side scanning sonar work really well on a slope?
It can. It's side scanning, so it scans from the sides.
Well, it scans from the sides and also scans at like a downward angle. But again, you got ground clutter, you've got other debris. You got to remember, there's a whole shipwreck on that island that has debris all over the place, including deeper water. You got to make sure that the debris you're looking at isn't debris from the ship. So I mean, the places that you have to look for bits of the airplane are like the worst places to look. If it's in really shallow water or it's on the shore, it would have been found by any of these archaeological expeditions to go there, or it would have been found and repurposed by the Gilbert Islanders when they were there. But again, you have things that don't enter the archaeological record because they are repurposed, reused, recycled, and therefore, their context is completely lost, unless you have somebody like this young girl who's now in her 90s going, my dad had a piece of metal from an old airplane and he turned it into a fishing lure or whatever. So the ship is named the Norwich City, and it ran aground, I want to say in like 1927, and then caught on fire. It had been there a while. It's 419 feet long, I think. Big iron-hulled freighter. And that might have been part of the reason why she landed her plane there. Because here's this landmark. Here's this ship. Possibly there's people there. It was a British vessel, I believe. And I think it had sailed from Fiji, as I recall. I will endeavor to look it up, because
so while he's endeavoring to look that up, here's something you got to understand about the preservation of artifacts at sea. You got to take into consideration water temp. Okay.
Yes.
Now, the Endurance, the Ernest Shackleton ship that was found in the Antarctic region, in the Antarctic Ocean kind of thing, it's at the bottom of the Weddell Sea. It's negative 1.8 degrees Celsius, which is about 28.8 degrees Fahrenheit. That's cold. That limits bacteria growth, that limits disintegration, it limits destruction, it limits all of that stuff. At depth around Nikamororo Island, it's averages 4,500 meters deep, but yet because it's volcanic area in nature, the average temperature is approximately 3.5 degrees Celsius, 4.4 degrees, or to 4.4 degrees Celsius. Comparatively, that's 38.3 degrees Fahrenheit to 40 degrees Fahrenheit. That's the same temperature as it is in your refrigerator. And if you don't think bacteria can grow there, just leave something for 3 weeks in your refrigerator.
Yeah. So the Norwich City wrecked in 1929 on that island. And to give you an idea of how easy it is to get lost and wind up on an island that you didn't know was there, is that it was on a course from Melbourne, Australia, to Honolulu, and then to Vancouver. So in a storm at night, it was driven off course and ran onto the reef at Nikamororo. Again, not no radar at the time. You're reliant on lookouts who can only see so far. You don't have big searchlights, and the island position on your map might be wrong. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why that people wrecked on that island. Now, there's only one shipwreck on the island. I don't know if there's any others recorded there. It doesn't seem to be. But this ship was also buckled and folding in half because of the wave action by 1937. I mean, it was heavily settled. The decking was gone. It does not take long in an ocean environment on the shore to destroy something. And Amelia Earhart's airplane, if she had landed on the reef, would not have lasted very long.
It would have lasted,
even if
theories are it lasted, if she landed at low tide on the reef, it lasted until high tide, when high tide washed it off the reef. So hours.
Unless she was in a position, because the radio signals show that she was there for a number of days, that there was there was radio signals for a number of days. If the water's calm, the weight of the airplane renders it stable. It's the storm that shows up and brings with it the storm wave action.
Yeah.
That then turns the airplane around or causes the structure to buckle and then break up into pieces that are more easily to move. And then, you're stuck. You lose your airplane. Oh, baby boy. You lose your airplane? So it's now, when you're looking at the data, when you're looking at the extensive amount of data that exists, it's now less of a, is she near Howland Island, and more of a, can we find absolute proof that she's on Nikamororo? And that, of course, then leads us to how the archaeological preservation works on that island, which doesn't work very well. You see, when you go onto islands in the Pacific, a lot of the organic material is gone from an archaeological site. This is because the temperature is ripe for things rotting. It's very humid, unless it's made out of a wood that is particularly resistant to rot and humidity, which there are some. You're looking at the only things surviving being made out of stone or coral, charcoal from fire pits, shell, stuff like that. But something like clothing doesn't last very long. Something like human remains don't last that long, especially if they're in a context where they're not cared for. So
to caveat on your human remains stuff. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, go ahead.
According to some research, The soil of Nikamururo Island is very alkaline. 7.5 to 9.1.
Yep.
It accelerates the decomposition of soft tissue, but favors the preservation of bone.
Which makes sense, or which is good, until you bring in the coconut crab.
Till you bring in the coconut crab.
And birds, too. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, birds do frequent the island. I mean, it's not a closed ecosystem. So you would have, seagulls. Hey, that's a morsel. It's somebody's foot.
Had they not found those 13 bones in 1940, they might still be there on the island.
They might still be there on the island. Yeah. I want to say. Yeah, so we found, on the island they found the skull, the left, oh, you're going to help me with osteology, upper arm bone.
I'd have to get out my osteology book.
Yeah. Left upper arm, right socket, shoulder socket, C4 vertebra, lower right ulna. I know what that is because there's a joke about that from my career. Right side of the pelvis, both the femurs, lower leg from the knee down. So no toe bones, 2 rib bones, it looks like. Number of the vertebrae, all things that, disarticulated body in a shallow grave. Yeah, birds dig that up.
Mm-hmm.
If the coconut crabs didn't dig it up and scatter it. Would dental records prove the skull would have been Amelia Earhart? Very possible. I'm not sure if we have the dental records for Amelia Earhart, whether or not they exist, whether or not they would be as accurate as they are today. But should we have those, and if we were able to recover the skull, it's very possible. The problem is that, again, the remains were lost in Fiji. They might be on a shelf somewhere in a closet. Who knows? They might be buried. I think there was an account where they had been buried in like the potter's field behind the courthouse or something like that. And the soil in Fiji is not conducive to preserving human remains very well. Mm-hmm. At least right there, I think it's got a lot more vegetative matter and therefore is more prone to actual calcium decay. Or they might be intact in a box because the box was painted with army paint. Who knows? I mean, that's one of the things that has been. I mean, people have been looking. The Tiger has been looking a lot. They have done a lot of work into this, and that brings us to the book that I've got here, which is very helpful. Amelia Earhart's Shoes, which is by Tom King and a number of the other people who are involved with Tiger. Look at that. On behalf of the International Group for Historic Aircraft Recovery. And, it just, I mean, this is a good book. It goes over stuff like the Sexton box and how it got there. And I mean, the ways these things would travel. That's one of the things that really kind of rankles my hide when we talk about something like this, and you see what people on social media say, which is that, are you going to get sucked up in a funnel? Are we going to see you do the from Twister moment where you get pulled into the sky? Don't do that.
I hope not. Though you'll probably see me, I'm a pirate, so you'll probably see me being out there like Lieutenant Dan saying, "You think this is a storm?" Because I'm from hurricane weather.
I get that, but hurricane doesn't throw full ears of corn at you. Well, I guess it's a bit early in the year. You're in Oklahoma.
Hurricanes throw full palm trees through work vans.
Fair. Okay, fine. You're not going to kill with a cob of corn.
No, but you might get killed with a blade of grass. I have seen, and I know we're off topic now, we're on weather topics, but I have seen blades of grass from hurricanes and not necessarily tornadoes, but definitely from hurricanes, embed themselves into the side of a double wide trailer, a double wide mobile home.
Mm-hmm.
And then you try and pull them out and they shred.
Yep. That is true. Bring boats into your living room. Where else were the boats supposed to go?
Well, if the boat was on the water and you got hit with a water spout, that does a water
They'd
spout
go where you want it to.
What's that?
They'd go where you want it to, where it wants to take you.
It would. But would a water spout do the same damage as a tornado on the ground, on a terrestrial tornado?
Don't know.
We're not meteorologists.
Probably more. Water is denser than dust.
Yeah. But it's also not.
If you fall out of the boat at 50 miles an hour, it's going to hurt because hitting the water at that speed is the equivalent of hitting a brick wall. I don't know. I think they're both unique things that I don't have to deal with in Montana.
Do you know what meteorology means in Latin?
Actually, educate me.
Liar.
Fair enough. Sounds like weatherman.
Meteorologist in Latin means liar. Not really. Not really. Don't yell at me in the comments. It's just a joke. But no, you don't have tornadoes in Montana?
No, we have tornadoes in Montana. Actually, the first recorded tornado in Montana took place about 30 miles from where I live, ironically enough. Killed a guy.
Really?
1903, I think. Yeah.
But you also have things that I don't have.
Like bears?
No, we have bears here in Oklahoma. We have elk and deer,
like real
and
bears,
Sasquatch, and real bears.
Real bears.
Yes. But no,
grizzly bears.
You have something called the pass is closed due to avalanche and blizzard conditions.
That's true. That's true.
You have. I can't drive the 60 miles to work because the pass is snowed over.
Well, now I have to go. I have to go to the fort and just work at the fort. I worked at the fort yesterday. I have an office at the Lolo if I want it, apparently. I'm like, don't tell me that because I will totally move into an office. Not a cubicle, but an office.
What's the Lolo?
The Lolo National Forest.
Oh. I thought, did you not want to stay? Do you not want to stay in the Nez Perce?
I'm staying at the Nez Perce. The Lolo is like 4 blocks away, and I have to work from a facility. I can't work from home anymore. So I go work there. I go sit there and work.
Move in the office.
I want to, but that's beside the point. Anyway, back to Amelia Earhart.
Back to Amelia Earhart. Sorry. So we're having tornado warnings and watches going on here. So if you hear my phone, and we're both
ADHD,
I got a work phone, nuts. Which I get the FEMA stuff on that, right? The notifications, and then I got my personal phone, which I get all the other notifications for. So
I'm drinking rum on occasion for today because I'm hanging out with a pirate.
You're drinking rum for the occasion. Nice.
Yeah, rum.
Did I show you my mead bottle?
No.
This is called Pirate's Blood Mead, and it's a honey wine with 3 types of capsaicin peppers in it.
Ooh.
So it's spicy. I'm bringing some to the gathering, sir.
That's right. That's right. You are. Ooh.
No, that's not the banana one.
There's no banana trees on the island, by the way. There's only coconuts. So
is that where they get coconut rum from?
I think coconut rum comes from drinking rum out of the thing that closely resembles a cup, which just happens to be a piece of coconut. There goes that thing again.
Yeah, that's in the living room.
So Chris sent me a bunch of questions. And
it was just something
I think we should look into it. I know. I'm going to change my lighting here because I no longer have. Or let's move my Discord. There we go. So we have a bunch of questions here, Everything going after exactly. And I glanced through them. Dog hair. Okay, so here's a good one because it ties into the conspiracy. It ties into people doing what they claim we don't do, which is accept other trains of thought. For everybody who's familiar with how Chris and I deal, what archaeologists deal with from social media, from just regular television, Graham Hancock, stuff like that, is that we get accused of not looking at alternative hypotheses. They kind of ignore the fact that, hey, we might have already done this. They ignore the fact that there might be a lot of research that goes into something already that's already cleared these hypotheses that they have. Well, Chris sent me a message, sent me all these questions that he threw up. And one of the things that he threw up, and I want to go into this, is alternative disappearance scenarios produce the clearest testable archaeological signatures, and how would those signatures differ in the field? So if someone came up with the hypothesis of she ditched, the archaeological evidence that you would be looking for is the wreck of the plane itself at the depth of the region of ocean you think she ditched it. You would have to quantify where the plane ended up, the currents, like we talked about earlier, the intact nature of the airplane, and then once you find the wreck, you would have to identify that wreck as, yes, Amelia Earhart's Lockheed Electra. Because you could find a twin-engined, twin-tail Lockheed airplane, and you're looking at one of 6 different airframes. You're not looking at Electra. You're looking at something else. So you can't just say, hey, we found a twin-engined airplane. It's Amelia Earhart. No, you'd have to go down and you would have to establish if there's any markers or maker's marks or serial numbers or identifying features on that could only exist on Amelia Earhart's airplane. For example, they made a number of Lockheed Electras, right? How would you tell one Lockheed from the other? Amelia Earhart had very specific radios on her aircraft. You find a wreck with those radios on it, most likely Amelia Earhart's airplane. If you looked at the engine serial numbers and found that engines 1 and 2, which are bigger than the normal engine, as Chris mentioned, have these serial numbers that match the airframe, which was Amelia Earhart's airplane, that's the kind of evidence that says, yes, we have 100% found Amelia Earhart's plane. If you found a piece of aluminum that wasn't corroded that had the tail number on it, boom, Amelia Earhart's airplane. But those were the pieces of evidence that you'd have to find and establish as proof before you could say, hey, yes, we found her. Finding a pile of rocks that looks like an airplane, if you squint while drunk, is not proof of finding Amelia Earhart. Which is why the professionals who have done all of the work, who have actually found the evidence that is, I would be willing to bet, 75% proof that Amelia Earhart wound up on Nikumaroro Island. The fact that they have not found that 100% smoking gun of the tail number on the rudder of a Lockheed Electra with Amelia Earhart was marooned here in 1937. And that's how the professionals do it. We go, hey, this is very likely. This is what all of the evidence is pointing to. It is most likely that she crashed on this island and was marooned in 1937 versus what you see social media and everything say, which is, we found proof that she's here. And then just kind of leave it at that. They don't ever follow it up. Tony Romeo never followed anything up. This newest guy who's like, I found pieces and I can identify him from Google Earth. He's not going to the island. If he goes to the island and proves me wrong, I will buy him a bottle of very expensive scotch. We're not going to hear from him again. It's not going to be on the news again. Heck, I still haven't heard from them, the news outfit. When I said, hey, do you want to hear actually what happened? They haven't responded to me. They're not going to. So the tail, yes. So the tail and the wings, again, are meant to catch the air. They're gonna catch water too. They are They are a surface that doesn't move when the water hits them. Water is very solid when it's coming in impact with things. So yes, the tail would tear off. The spine of the plane would break forward of the tail section, and the tail section might be carried off by its own self and kind of float off into space somewhere. And again, because it's an airfoil, plane off in a direction that no one, you can't even model how it would go necessarily. And figure out where it is. You'd have to have a search area and say it's got to be somewhere in here based on its weight and the current. The wings very likely would, once they're detached from the engines, float for a while, meet that neutral buoyancy point, wash up on the beach, possibly somewhere further down the coast. And then, oh, hey, look, we have these giant chunks of aluminum. Again, back to the Gilbert Islanders, turning them into fishing lures. Those things would disappear quite quickly. Souvenir hunters would come along and say, oh, hey, look at this. This is cool. Cut a piece off it.
So you also got to realize something about the wings of the Electra. They're what's known as a wet wing.
That's a wet wing.
They didn't have fuel bladders in them. They filled the wing with fuel. And the fuel was transmitted from there to the engines via piping. The wings are solid to a degree. Yep. The bulkheads of the wings are solid. So once the fuel was emptied out of there, it's a balloon.
It's a balloon.
And as long as the sheet metal that covers everything wasn't punctured, it's got seals everywhere. It's going to float for a while.
Yep.
And it
until
might have
those
had
seals
enough
are compromised.
What's that?
Yep. Until those seals are compromised.
Until the seals are compromised.
So yes, it might have had the buoyancy to wind up somewhere else.
Not only that, but it also might have had the buoyancy to keep that 850-pound motor afloat. It didn't necessarily need to be separated from the engine.
That's true. Now the question is, where did it float to? And once that neutral buoyancy is exceeded, where does it go? And if you get 10, 15 miles off the coast before the weight of encroaching water finally, and the engine itself finally bypasses the weight or the buoyancy of those fuel tanks, it might pull it deep enough for those fuel tanks to rupture or collapse. And then it's going to disappear off into the depths somewhere. So, I mean, we're looking at a debris field for something that does not break up into that much debris that could be 100 miles square. We're looking at a large space. So when it comes down to it, to do the underwater search, you've got to cover a lot of ground with some hypersensitive stuff. Because again, we're in the South Pacific. We're in where it's warm. The moment something stops moving, what happens to it? Coral starts to grow on it. Creatures start to latch onto it. If it's in the light zone, right? So those pieces of wreckage could be trapped within 70, 80 feet of the surface. They're still getting light, which means there's organisms latching onto them and becoming coral, to which you would then have to find something that is encrusted in coral and then establish that it's actually a piece of an airplane. So you might scan over something that looks like a giant rock, and that's actually an engine and a concretion. And until you have some sort of evidence that shows, hey, we should probably go back and look at this, you might not necessarily know. How well an Electra would ditch. So again, that depends on the pilot. That depends on the pilot and the water conditions. Because if you think about it, one of the worst airplanes to ditch would be an Airbus, which is what what's his name? Captain Sully ditched in the Hudson, because you have the engines that are hanging underneath, and they're a point that's going to catch first, right? So a Lockheed Electra with the engines mounted in the wings might ditch a little bit nicer. The thing about the Electra, though, and Chris put the picture up of it, the engines are pretty forward. You know, the engines are in line with the cockpit. You don't have a very long nose, which means the moment you touch the water, the moment you stop moving, the airplane's going to go tail up. The engines will pull the plane down because the nose of the airplane doesn't have enough buoyancy to compensate for the weight of those engines. So the tail would be up. And that, at how long would it stay stable in that position? We couldn't tell you. If she were to go, if she were to go in and ditch, you'd have all of this evidence that would be coming from a different source. The radio triangulation, the sign of human habitation, the artifacts that have been found on the island. All of those things would have to come from somewhere else. And that is what I feel goes in the face of the ditching theory. I mean, the ditching theory is a good theory, and being the Pacific so large, yeah, 100%. Why? I mean, if you had 100 options, ditching is 99 of them. Well, the fact that you have these other variables that are playing into the search for Amelia and into the evidence of what might have happened to her shows that ditching somewhere west of Howland Island is not likely, because you have to explain away these signals that just so happen to be transmitting coding that Amelia Earhart knew. So the more you break down what evidence has been found, it's like not very many people in the world would know this outside of Amelia Earhart. Yeah, probably parts of the aviation community, but I mean, there's radio signals and stuff between that were prearranged between the Coast Guard and the Navy and her. So, this is very specific stuff that, in order to explain it, you have to quantify for that. Now, say she ditched in the lagoon, or she ditched off the coast and managed to get the radios and a battery into the dinghy and wash up on the shore. Her plane might be in deep water and subsequently broke up because of decay or wave action or current or anything like that. Pieces of it might have broken off, and then she manages to make it to the island. But then, of course, the question is, well, where are the radios and stuff like that she would have brought with her? The Gilbert Islanders on the island might explain why those things aren't extant anymore. Hey, look at these things. We can use them for something else. But if they got buried under the sand because of wind and wave action, they would have been found either on an excavation, or they still need to be found. It just appears, though, when you look at the witness statements of the peoples who lived there in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s, it seems more and more like that there was a wreck of an airplane there on the island when they arrived. And because no one, I mean, unless you lived in a place with American newspapers or newspapers in English, you might not necessarily know that Amelia Earhart disappeared or that she existed at all. So, you have a bunch of people arriving on this island who have no idea that Amelia Earhart even existed. Oh, look, here's chunks of a thing, and we're not going to look for anybody, and we're just going to use it. So, yeah, it's certainly an interesting fate for the airplane, sir. Most definitely, that no one ever seems to really consider when they start doing their hypotheses on what happened, except for Tiger, which they've covered extensively.
To be fair, though, Tiger just doesn't focus on Amelia Earhart. Tiger's looked for your favorite. Tiger's looked for your favorite squadron from the Bermuda Triangle.
I don't know why people keep saying that it's my favorite. I don't roll my eyes about the Flight 19. Flight 19 is very cool. Flight 19 has a lot of the same.
I'm saying it's your favorite, not Not in a negative way, in a positive way, because
Oh.
you always talk about it.
Do I? I mean, I've talked about it a couple of times in the last 2 videos, but
Well,
so the thing is that Tiger does a lot of work in respect to lost aircraft that have been found. They worked on a P-38 that was found off the coast, the Maid of Hairlark or something like that. I can't pronounce it. There's a P-38 that was ditched on the beach in Britain, and no one knew it was there until a storm uncovered it. And it's in shallow water, and people are like, well, why is it here? And you look at the records, and some American pilot on a test flight ran out of gas, and he ditched it, and they stripped the propellers and the guns out of it and everything, and then they left it there because the sand covered it relatively quickly. Again, storm action. So you have this airplane gets buried on the beach. They've done preservation work on that. They've looked for I'm going to butcher this in French. Le ossu blanc, which it means the white bird, which is very possibly, if they ever did find the wreck, shows that Charles Lindbergh was not the first one to cross the Pacific or cross the Atlantic in an airplane. It would have been Francis Coley and Charles Nugassar, who were two. I think Nugassar was an ace. I don't think Coley was an ace. I don't think he was even in the Air Force. But during the First World War, Charles Nugassar was a very famous fighter ace, and they took off in this airplane, this like almost overlapping with Lindbergh, and they flew from France to the Americas. And their airplane disappeared. If Tiger found evidence of Ossu le Blanc, it would show that that Charles Lindbergh wasn't the first to fly across the ocean by like days. I think he took off on his flight a day or 2 after Nugassar and Coley were declared missing.
But that's not what made him infamous. Just the flight across the Atlantic, because you're right. Nugassar and Coley could
Lindbergh
have been
had some issues.
Well, but he was the first to do it solo.
First to do it solo.
That's where people would differentiate.
And they were gunning for a prize. They were gunning for a prize too.
Yeah.
They were running for they were running for a prize to do it. Because I think the first airplane to fly across the ocean was a Vickers Vimy, which was a twin-engine First World War I bomber, which flew from, I want to say, Nova Scotia to Ireland and crashed in a bog. I remember seeing pictures of it standing on its nose with its tail in the air. But yeah, Tiger's done a lot of work looking at all sorts of historic wrecks and historic aircraft wrecks and stuff like that, including Amelia Earhart. She's not the only one. The thing is, though, is Amelia Earhart's the hardest to get to, most certainly, which means that takes time and money and funding. And we live in a capitalist world, so therefore, finding funding to do something like this with no financial reward. Lots of people don't want to engage in that. Sorry.
No, you're fine. But she would be easier, and her plane would be easier to find than one you and I have talked about previously, because of the or because of the makeup of the aircraft.
Well, the makeup of the aircraft, yes, but of course, you have to consider, is it intact? And is it in that zone of where nothing will grow on it? There's wrecks in the South Pacific that look astoundingly well preserved, like the wrecks off of the USS Lexington. They still have the paint on them. They look like you just threw them off the deck, and we're like, oh, look at that. They are so incredibly well preserved, but they are down below the depth of growth. There is corrosion there. I guarantee you, if you try to touch one, it's gonna collapse. Her on the surface, preservation is not the greatest, depending on what the material is. You have so many variables you have to talk about. Like you said, bone would be preserved relatively well in the soil on Nikomoro. Bone would. But what about the coconut crabs? What about stuff that's exposed to the sun? Sun doesn't do calcium any good. The bones would crack and break, and then small pieces would be washed away or blown away by storms and stuff like that. So, the context of preservation is the window is pretty narrow there. Yes, he was. Kirk is right.
Kirk is right.
Yeah, he wasn't the first to cross. No, he was not the first to cross. He was running for the New York to Paris.
Right.
Specifically. And that's what Negasar and Coley were trying to do, was the Paris to New York in reverse. And they would have qualified for a different prize, which is like the Paris to Nova Scotia or something like that. I can't remember exactly. I have a book on it somewhere. Sea Hunters. Clive Cussler spent lots of his money looking for them too. Mm-hmm. And he raises some interesting points as well, because when talking about what would have been left of the wreck, which was an airplane that had been made out of wood and fabric, you're looking at giant fuel tanks and the giant engine. So you have all of these big pieces of metal that would not have rotted away in the rather humid forests of Maine. Where did they go? Oh, well, what about the scrappers from the Second World War who hauled any piece of metal they could get their grubby little paws on to the scrap man? Very possibly that's where those things wound up. And no one knew any better because, again, lack of information, lack of education, lack of, just the movement of knowledge like we have, or information like we have today. No one necessarily remembered Francis Coley and Charles Negasar a decade after they disappeared. No one would remember them necessarily, or the story wouldn't even be told. So who knows why we haven't found pieces of that particular airplane yet? Again, it's a very small wreck in a very large landscape. It could be in a lake. It could be in a bog. It could be on the side of a mountain that someone's already looked at and they kicked down the hill. Who knows?
So, the difference between Amelia Earhart's plane and the plane I wish we could find, but I know we can't because of its metal fabric construction.
Which is?
The Nordian UC-64A Norseman that carried Glenn Miller across the
Glenn Miller. Yes. Glenn Miller's another very interesting, where did it go, what happened kind of thing.
Do you know the Norseman and the Lockheed Electra shared some things?
Mm-hmm.
The Pratt & Whitney R1340 Wasp engines, though the Norseman had an AN1 rather than the SC1.
Yep. I saw Norseman in Flathead Lake on floats a couple years ago. Very cool airplane.
But that right there, where did it go? It took off from London, or it took off from North England in a fog bank.
Yep, and then
disappeared. Now, is that the single plane or single engine high wing plane that's shown in certain videos of a bombing raid coming back that had to release all their bombs in the English Channel and got hit and spun down?
Very possibly. Witnessed by a tail gunner.
Witnessed by the tail gunner?
Yeah, because a bunch of Lancaster bombers couldn't land with their payload, so they just dropped them in the English Channel. And it's very possible that this little airplane, again, no radar, no radio communication, no dedicated flight lanes. No one knew that these Lancasters would turn over the channel and dump their bombs. Nope.
But there's also no evidence or no actual proof that this was a Norseman.
No, it wasn't. It just so happened to be a single engine plane in the same area the Norsemen would have been at roughly the same time period, that then crashes into the ocean and gives a reason why the airplane would have crashed. Of course, if it's flying in poor weather, there might have been a controlled flight into terrain. The pilot was too low. His instruments weren't working very well. He could have had a navigational issue and flown it south instead of southeast and flown just out into the ocean with no way to really radio in. Of course, the airplane did have a radio, so why wasn't he calling for help or saying, hey, we're lost, trying to find a position or anything? It's very possible, due to the very quick way the airplane just blinks out, that it was hit by one of these bombs. And because the bomb is meant to hit the ground and explode, a flimsy wooden and fabric and metal construction little single engine airplane isn't going to make it go off. It would be the equivalent of getting hit in the face with a baseball. It hurt.
Kirk shared a picture of the Norsemen in the Discord chat, and I've put it on the screen here. But I don't know.
At some point, I'll see it.
At some point, you'll see.
I don't know why I have such bad lag on this.
I have no idea, but you know what? At least you're not. At least we're not buffering like we were
That's
when
true.
I was all the way in Florida. So
this is very true. Another question. Let's go back to the Discord window here.
Let's go back to the questions. Yes, I like the questions.
What diagnostic features would allow us to distinguish Lockheed Electra aluminum or aircraft fasteners from later metal debris or modern wreckage? That's a very good question. You would have to do a comparison. You have to do a comparison to a surviving Lockheed Electra. With that B-24 piece that I mentioned earlier in the video, there's a spacing difference between the holes for the rivets. You could track that on a Lockheed Electra. The plan still exists. If they say that there has to be a rivet every 2 inches, and you have a piece of metal that has a rivet every 2 inches, that's closer to one that's every 3 inches or every 2.25 or something like that. If the Lockheed Electra has a specific type, say they're all hand riveted, and I know they weren't, but say they were.
No, they absolutely were.
I'm pretty sure they weren't entirely.
No. I build aircraft.
Well, so here's what I mean by hand riveted. Someone puts a rivet in and taps it with a hammer versus using like a riveting gun.
Okay, so our air hammers, they probably weren't doing them, because I do hand hammering also on certain things, but they would have used air hammers and air punches and stuff like that to buck the rivets. They would be cold shot. They wouldn't be hot shot like your steel rivets. And the type of rivet, whether they were magnesium or aluminum or
copper core or something like that.
Yep.
So there would be, if you found a piece of a Lockheed Electra, or if you found a piece that you thought was a Lockheed Electra that had diagnostic features on it, it's considered, in archaeology, we have artifacts that are called diagnostic and non-diagnostic. Non-diagnostic is a piece of glass from a bottle. Cool. It's just a piece of glass. Now, if it was the base of a bottle or the mouth of a bottle or a seam on a bottle, you could then identify at least how the bottle was manufactured.
Or color.
Otherwise, you're looking at, think of a modern beer bottle. Now break one. You could take modern beer bottle glass with no identifying marks on it, no diagnostic marks on it, and put it next to a piece of beer bottle or whiskey bottle glass from 150 years ago, again, with no identifying marks. And unless you get into like chemical analysis, you're not going to be able to necessarily tell those two pieces of glass apart. You're looking at undiagnostic artifacts.
What about thickness?
Diagnostic artifacts. let's take thickness out of the picture. Let's say they're the same size,
Okay.
with the exception of one was found at this depth and one was found at that depth. I'm aware that there's differences, but I will tell you that I found more historic 130-year-old glass that is undiagnostic and absolutely pointless why it was collected.
Yep.
Because you can't identify anything with it. Because all you know is that it comes from a bottle, and it's probably alcohol.
And it probably came from a trash pile that had those diagnostic pieces in it.
Yep.
Which they can date to that. Yeah, absolutely.
Assuming you can find those diagnostic pieces. Yeah, assuming they survive the record. So there are, if you can find a piece that has diagnostic properties, yes, you could very possibly identify it. Now, a piece of metal that doesn't have any rivet holes on it, but you know it's aircraft aluminum because it's the same weight. You could be looking at any airplane that used that kind of aluminum. If you look for a modern airplane like the Indonesian flight or any of the other plane crashes in the last 10 years versus something that crashed 50 or 60 years ago, the aluminum will be different. You're not going to have the same aluminum on a B-17 as you are on a 777. That's a diagnostic feature. But again, if you have a piece of aluminum from a 777, but nothing diagnostic on it, what's to say it's not from a 757 or an A380 or an Anatov 26 or something like that would have used that same aluminum or duraluminum or whatever material they're using at that time. If small personal items were recovered, what isotopic textile or manufacturing analysis would best link them to 1930s origin versus later contamination? That's a great question. That's getting into like the chemical testing and stuff that I wish I could play with. You might be able to, say you find a piece of leather or a piece of fabric that would tie to a specific dye style and dye chemical analysis or chemical pattern. You might be able to identify that a piece of fabric is dyed in a way that goes away in 1940. Maybe that's possible.
But we did find all of that. We found her compact. We found her medication bottle, the skin cream bottle that isn't around today. And that would be a piece. That would be a piece. The bottle that doesn't exist today. The company doesn't exist. We don't use that stuff anymore. You'd have to then go, okay, here's this thing that is, again, 85% proof of Amelia Earhart being there. In the window of 2 years, can you prove it's not? And that, again, brings us back to that obnoxious thing that we archaeologists do is we cannot 100% say unless we literally have it signed. Or we have irrefutable evidence. In this case, the argument could be made for several of these objects that, well, this is how it arrived. This is how it got there. It didn't show up in 1937. It showed up in 1948, because people were coming to the island, Mm-hmm. That is where the provenience of everything else would come together. Oh, it's at this depth and it was found with the zipper from probably her jacket. That's a little bit more. That points a lot more to it being Amelia Earhart versus something some tourist brought or some person from the mainland had brought with them on the monthly shuttle boat, Or a shoe.
These questions are on Discord. Chris sent them to me directly.
I could throw them in the Discord.
Throw them in the chat. I mean, we're not going to cover all of them. We're not, because there's some of these that I'm looking at like, some stuff I will admit I am not the person to talk to on directly. Given the island's geomorphology and lagoon dynamics, test pits and transects, auguring I consider a test pit. What's
your take on auguring over hand digging?
Augering is certainly faster. I think augering is great if you're doing like lots and very repeated stuff. I don't think that you're necessarily going to. I don't think the disturbance of the artifacts that you find with augering are going to be any different than with a shovel. Shovel's going to be slower, so you might pick up something that you wouldn't see in an auger initially. But I mean, the whole point is you're digging a pit and you're looking at the material that comes out. So I think an auger would be better for repetitive. Hey, we've got to make a test pit every 10 meters because I've been on those projects, and doing those with a shovel is awful. So shovel allows for a little bit more controlled material, I suppose. If you're sifting, should you see anything? I've been on projects where you dig with a shovel test and you go until you find an artifact that's big enough to be seen. And then I've been on projects where every single scoop is sifted. Now, if you're using an auger, it's just pulling the material out of the ground quicker. You'd still have to sift it.
So
I'm busy.
On that note, what about and I've had this idea. Okay. I know, right? I'm an archaeologist who wants to progress to the future, kind of thing.
We don't do that.
I know, right? Instead of an auger that has the spiral stuff, right?
Yeah.
Our test pits are what? 10 inches, 10-inch circles in some places, 30-inch circles in some places. If we had, well, you probably did square test pits, but here in the Midwest, it's all circles. And it's like,
I did a shovel test. And that's where I did it, was the Midwest. Was you dig a shovel test and it's, they're this big, and you just dig a hole until you either reach sterile or.
So what about using a specifically made 30-inch diameter core drill that's graduated on the sides so that when you're moving the material out of it, you're moving it every 10 centimeters or so you can sift?
I don't see why you couldn't do that. Using a core drill versus an auger, the core drill would preserve the stratigraphy.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
But why hasn't anybody...
The idea, though, with a test pit, if you're using an auger, you're looking at the sides of the test pit to get the stratigraphy.
Well, you could use the side... You can, with the core drill, you can pull it out, look at the sides of the test pit, and then when you're sifting, you're dropping everything 10 centimeters, and you're sifting right back over the test pit every 10 centimeters because you're sifting from bottom up. I wonder if anybody's ever thought of that, or it's just me.
Patent it. Make all your millions.
You want to join me? Look, you've already got a spot when I decide to do it. I have the business plan already rolling or already written, but you have a spot as a freaking one of the lead archaeologists in the ARC firm that
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. We got to have this administration stop getting rid of all the regulations that make archaeology relevant.
What did you think of what I sent you on the TikTok? The item that made me say "fuck yeah"?
I don't know if I saw it yet.
You don't know if you saw it yet? A federal judge has told Trump that he has 14 days before he has to stop construction on his ballroom because it.
I saw that. They should have fucking ARPA cased his ass back when the fucking machine rolled onto the lawn and tore the lawn up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no.
I don't see how he gets out of an ARPA investigation.
Yeah.
I think something's going on in the chat. I'm not in the chat right now. Hold on a minute. Let me get
back to the chat. I see Boo Rules is the last thing from Tiny. I saw a question here. I don't know if you shared the question in the Discord. How
I
will we
shared all the
engage
questions in the
local
Discord.
communities and authorities on Nicomaroro to ensure culturally sensitive practice, benefit sharing, and transparent reporting?
Well,
Recent institutional partnerships emphasize expedition diplomacy and ethics. This is a very good question. I don't know how much it's going to apply to the Amelia Earhart thing, but I really like it because I don't know how much archaeology is on the island outside of Amelia Earhart and the 1940 to the 1960s occupation by the Gilbert Islanders. I don't know if that island has seen, or wait, well, I should take that back. From 1929 onward, because 1929 is the wreck of the Norwich City, which has people on the island. I do not know what other human activities have occurred on that island. I'd be willing to bet, because it's an association with other islands, humans have been there. The Norwich City in 1929 was not the first occurrence of people showing up there. I think that when doing a project like this, it should be treated the same way that archaeology is currently being practiced. At the very least, should be practiced, where there is an effort to bring in the local population or representatives from the local population or the descendant population to do work on those projects. When I was working in the Southwest, I worked a couple of projects that, in order for the permits to go through, in order for this company to have this permit to dig this project and do the work that they had bid on and were granted, part of their permitting was they had to have X amount of this crew be indigenous. So I worked on my very first project. I worked with members from Hopi, Navajo, Zuni, Gila, all of these indigenous communities that, the individuals from those tribes had to be present and part of that excavation, because the excavation was digging up people who were a common ancestor to all of those tribes. So that was one of the ways to engage the local population, have transparency, because they're there watching what we do. We also have communication with the tribe directly. We had elders come out and bless the site because we were finding burials. So having an open communication there is very important. I think in this case, on Nicomaroro, you have the population that comes after Amelia Earhart, and then you have the population of peoples who were there before Amelia Earhart, before the Norwich City, which both you have to do archaeology to see if people were even there, but you also have to consider the history of the region. So trying to sort out who the ancestor population is might be a little difficult. I'm not sure. I've not worked in the South Pacific, which is a bummer, because I think it would be fascinating, absolutely cool. But I mean, we might be looking at this island was in the trade network, or the the migration pattern of a tribe of indigenous islanders who no longer exist for whatever reason, be it colonialism, be it just natural absorption into a bigger group, whatever. I don't think the modern nation state boundaries are going to be that accurate to who we should be talking with. But certainly if say you and I were to go do an excavation, I think we would have to, one, get permits through the governing body of Nicomaroro, which I can't remember who that is now.
Kiribati.
I want to see. Okay. So we would be following the cultural resource laws of Kiribati, meeting their professional requirements. So say we have to give them all of the stuff we find after the project. Okay. Unless we unless we file paperwork saying, hey, this is a national hero that we're returning if we were to find uh, Earhart or Noonan.
Do you know who could do this and do it well? And I know they only work with a certain group of individuals, but if you were to do this for them, I wonder if DPAA might work, might help out.
I don't know. I don't think they could say that Earhart or Noonan were service personnel. I think we would. I think in order to.
We don't know whether this was a secret government operation or not.
Well, that's the thing. That's the other thing is that there's hypotheses, there's conspiracies out there that she was working for the CIA and all this bullshit. So, you know, that's a stretch. In the chat, doubt if we would find any proof of peoples on the island before the 1900s. You would be surprised. You would be surprised because all you would need is to find one thing that's obviously human.
Well,
a flint napped piece of stone, proof of controlled fire, you know, butchered bones. You would not have to find. You would not have to find very much to establish that humans had been there. And that's kind of the thing that ties into stuff like when we've talked about things like the Cerruti Mastodon, where you have to show that this is human evidence. On the island, you need to find some human evidence. If humans have been visiting that island in some fashion for 5,000 years, it's not that big of an island. There has got to be something left. And if it is a fire ring, if it is a cache of stone tools, you know, that's all you would need to show, hey, there are people here before the 1900s. Also, when was the island recorded by white people? It was on the charts when the Norwich Castle hit it, or the Norwich City hit it. I keep thinking Norwich Castle and Norwich City and Morro Castle in the same mindset here. I mean, the island had been recorded. People had stopped there before then. Surveyors, at the very least. So it would not take much to establish that people had been there at some point. But, yeah, I mean, the deeper you go, the older you're going to find. If you find something that's pretty deep, that was there a while ago.
As Kevin said in the chat, I have up on the screen North Sentinel Island that has been untouched for 80,000 years, but there's still a human population on this island that has not been interacted with in like 5,000 years.
Let me let the dogs out. Be right back.
Go let your dogs out. While he's going to let the dogs out, I want to show you guys the results. Wait, so you're saying there could have been islanders on the Pacific Islands from thousands? Yes, that's what I'm saying. I wasn't saying that we wouldn't find any proof of them prior to 1900. There could have still been islanders on this island. Let's go back to it, because you guys can see it. He can't immediately. On this island. This island's fairly small. It may be a small island, but there could have been a population of 50 to 150 people on this island. Just like the North Sentinelese, or the Sentinelese on North Sentinel Island. Currently, there is only like 150 people on that island that they have tracked. See, while ArchaeoWolf does the physical property stuff, finding the artifacts and stuff, what I learned in college and everything else was all of the cultural stuff, the anthropology stuff, the focusing on the ethnographic stuff of everything that goes on. So I'm just now working on historic preservation of buildings and stuff like that for what I do for work. But having a small population of people that were cut off from the rest of all these islands, that's easy. They would have been inbred like nobody's business.
Yeah, a population may have existed on the island and then died out. But the thing you got to realize, and when you look at the South Pacific, I mean, this is incredible if you know anything about how the South Pacific cultures work, is that you might have 1,000 years of occupation on that island for a month every year. So you still have an archaeological record there. If it is a regular stop on the the routes on the courses as dictated by the current, because people are not going to try to push against a current that's trying to push them the other direction if they're smart, which is not Europeans. This might be on a regular trade route. It might be a point of rest that is known about, and that oral tradition is handed down from generation to generation to generation. This island might not have a viable population on it that is there all the time, but you could have people on that island from July to August, where you would have people born, possibly, people die, possibly, people manufacturing stuff, possibly. You would have people occupying that space. They leave behind archaeological evidence, they leave behind material culture, and then when they leave, if it was one camp spot, that probably would not survive. But we're talking the possibility of this island having repeated visits over thousands of years. That archaeological stuff would have survived. It just by the sheer factor of odds. At some point there would be something that makes it. Trade routes, fishing routes, same thing. So one of the interesting things, and I learned about this years and years ago, there's this phenomenon called suicide voyaging. And I feel like that's an incorrect thing. I feel like that if I were to say that in a room full of descendant peoples from the Pacific Islands, I would probably get hit with a stick. The idea, though, is that once an island reaches a point of population it cannot support any longer, there is this practice of, to prevent from getting to that point, population control via taboos, via restriction on reproduction. Let's only have one kid per village, or one kid per pair, kind of thing. Or there would be these cultural events called suicide voyages, which again I don't like, where you essentially take the youth of a generation and you say, hey, we love you, you are the best, here is canoes, and here is supplies, and here is feasting, and don't come back. And they send them off into the Pacific to colonize their own islands and start their own lives. The idea, the verbiage of suicide voyaging is, how many of those voyages actually made it, kind of thing. That people are willingly going and might be dying, suicide. But the idea is that you would have not only a trade route or fishing route, you would have people going out and colonizing their own islands. And it's very possible that in the past, a group of people did colonize the island, establish that there's no way to support a large community there for more than a month or two, and they would leave. And that's where you get kind of a nomadic or semi-nomadic cultural lifestyle, is you are in places that will support you for a period of time, and then once those resources are consumed to a degree that they're not readily available, you leave again. And then those resources come back, and then at the same time next year you show up. and traditionally harvest this plant here and then keep moving.
So before we get to Kevin's question, whether it's murder or is that giving them a new island, do they give them good maps? Are you equating these suicide voyages to the release from the giver?
What?
Have you
I
never
might
read
not
The
be
Giver?
following. Oh, The Giver. Oh, wow. That's a jump. Holy cow. I don't know. I think that's a little bit more too philosophical. No, I would say that this is an attempt to, this is human population trying to survive. Is it murder? No, it's not.
So it's not the release where they lethally injected the elderly or
No.
twin babies or the twin of the twin babies because they're limiting the population to, as you said, one per family.
So this, population control, maybe. I don't think that in a situation like this, they're going to get to the point of euthanizing the elderly. I don't think, human lifespan speaking, you're going to have a large set of individuals lasting that long. Again, what's the what are the medical practices like? I mean, someone who's 90 years old might have a hard time dealing with stuff because they're fragile. They're not going to last as long. I think that in this case, to do these voyages is twofold or threefold. Establishes a trade route or a new trade route, expands a territory, decreases the population, and keeps the population stable. I would not call it murder. I just wouldn't.
Okay.
Good maps. There's a funny thing about that. Apparently, I don't know how accurate this is. You can that these islanders could figure out magnetic north by putting their nuts in a copper bowl and be able to sense the direction of north, which is a strange thing because copper, I do not believe, is magnetic.
It's not.
But I again, I don't know. This was told to me by somebody that I cannot remember who, and it was like, that's interesting. I want to know what the actual cultural relevance of that is, and then I never looked it up. But no, they didn't have maps. They didn't have maps like we have maps today. I mean, they're literally going off of like this. You sail 15 days in the season of the flowers blooming towards this star, and you'll wind up at this island. That's literally that's the kind of navigation you have before like a paper documentation of a map. Historically speaking, indigenous peoples, because they exist so closely to their landscape, can navigate better anyway. But of course, you take somebody completely out of their element and put them in some new place, they're going to be lost, period, the end. And their innate skill set is not necessarily going to help them. You could take an indigenous person from North America who has walked from Flathead Lake in Montana to Texas to California and then up to Vancouver, modern Vancouver, and knows the way by heart, could fall asleep on their horse and the horse will walk there and not get lost. But if you take them to Ireland and you say walk from County Mayo to County Cork, which is a straight line, kind of, they're going to get lost. It's the landscape they exist in is so different. They don't have their landmarks. The clouds aren't the same. The sky seems different because of the latitude that you're at. So okay, copper. That's a good use for copper. Or worse ways to go. It's a population control thing. So an example of how populations, when they get out of control, and cause change on an island, for a long time was thought to be what happened on Rapa Nui, which is Easter Island. Part of that is kind of true, part of that is not. The idea on Easter Island is that the Pacific Islanders who showed up there and colonized the island, they used all the resources and they destroyed the landscape because they used all the resources too fast, and then they were committing war upon each other and killing each other and burying each other in the soil in an attempt to bring the soil back. When the Europeans showed up and rescued them, that's not what happened. What happened is that the Polynesians, or the Pacific Islanders who wound up on Rapa Nui, they completely changed the ecosystem. They rendered the native ecosystem extinct. They introduced their own ecosystem, which is the ecosystem that you see on most Polynesian islands. It's very similar to what you see in Hawaii and stuff like that, which is the plants they bring with them replace the native plants. The animals they bring with them replace the native animals or take roles in that landscape that weren't originally there. The Polynesian rat is a great example because it's like chicken. It reproduces quickly, so it's like a rabbit. It's a food source. You release that animal into a landscape it's not from, it's going to wreak havoc on the landscape. It's going to eat things that it shouldn't be eating. That will result in trees going extinct. You know, the Rapa Nuian palm takes 50 years to germinate. Once the coconut hits the ground, once the seed hits the ground, it takes 50 years. Prior to humans being on the island, it wasn't a problem. Humans show up on the island, and you have these rats that are eating the seeds, the coconuts, and these plants are not rejuvenating, which is why on those islands they're gone, they're extinct. What happens, though, is when the Portuguese show up, or the Dutch, I think, show up and introduce smallpox to everybody, they also introduce sheep and goats to the island. And the sheep and the goats destroy the ecosystem on the island because they eat everything and they don't return anything to the soil, and they eat it so quickly it can't rejuvenate. Now you have a dead island. Now you have an island that the good soils wash away. And now it doesn't support hardly anything because you have the introduction of this thing that the population gets out of control. There's no predation, and they consume all of the resources too quickly for the ecosystem itself to adapt. That is what you see if a population gets out of control. In an effort to control these populations, you would see people's part of the culture is to spread out and go somewhere else.
So what you're telling me, and you're not gonna see it for like 2 minutes. So just keep that in mind. So what you're telling me is this isn't a thing, and I'm not gonna explain it to you. You're gonna see it. Everybody else is seeing it right now. But this isn't a thing.
I think I am like 10 minutes behind now because I was holding Akhenaten in the YouTube video a while ago.
You are severely lagging. Okay, so what I'm showing right now.
I don't know why.
What I'm showing right now is that Flat Earth Explain This meme where it has Earth and it has Stonehenge and Easter Island head and the Stonehenge is the toes. Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen that.
But you're telling me that's not real. That we can't have the whole Easter Island body in the earth.
No. Because that proves flat Earth isn't flat.
You know what else proves that flat Earth isn't flat?
Pretty much everything.
The Artemis 2 launch that just launched, and they're now 150.
Is that real? It happened on April Fool's Day. Is it real?
My sister watched it launch from her house.
Tiny watched it. I know a lot of people who did. I'm just being facetious. I thought it was ridiculous they launched it on the first, but of course, it might have been perfect weather.
Hey, I don't understand why we have to circle the Earth or the moon again. Why can't we just land on the damn thing?
Because that costs money.
Cost the
See,
same
that's the
amount of money.
thing. That's the thing. Kevin makes an excellent point here. The thousands of people who helped on the project. Didn't one of the astronauts, like one of, I think Buzz Aldrin, or might have been what's Alan something.
I know Carl,
Al
Carl,
Shepard.
106 years old, watched it.
I just remember somebody saying, one of the astronauts addressing the idea that we never went to the moon, going, well, there's like 500,000 people who are in on the joke.
Yeah, that was Buzz Aldrin.
Buzz Aldrin. Because of the number of people who are involved with the care of the equipment on the ground, the preparation, the training, the people working in the labs, the people who, the army grunts walking along the fence with their little Tommy guns, keeping the Russians out. 500,000 people involved in the conspiracy and all keeping their mouth shut. That's so impossible.
Neil deGrasse Tyson thinks it's absurd
that we didn't go to the moon.
Yeah, the theory that we didn't go to the moon.
Well, yeah.
They haven't chosen how they're going to land yet. SpaceX, Blue Origin, neither has even made moon landing hardware yet. Well, the Orion space capsule is Northrop Grumman?
Maybe.
I think it's Northrop Grumman.
I don't know who built it. I do know that my buddy who follows me on TikTok and Instagram, Crazy Uncle Chris, do you follow him?
No, I don't.
He's in your neck of the woods. He's a truck driver who makes content. He's a hoot. He's come through Missoula a couple of times. We've stopped and had lunch, he stopped and I've met him for lunch and stuff. He's been driving pallets of clay. These bags of clay, like dry clay, that go into making the heat tiles.
The ceramic heat tiles?
Vehicles. Yeah.
Nice.
And he's got 4 of these little bags that look like a feed bag on the back of the truck, but the stuff is so dense it maxes out the axles on the trailer. It's just 3 bags. And he drives it from wherever to Boeing, essentially.
So, Washington, Portland.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense. My 50 years of disappointment in us not going back would be wasted if it was a hoax.
Yeah, well, don't waste your disappointment.
Well, see, they're going to be taking pictures of the landing sites on the moon as they traverse around it. But again, here's the thing.
They would have to fake it. Goes with it.
What's that?
That's the thing. You'd have to have all this other stuff that goes with it. That if you were to take an AI photo, you wouldn't be able to tie it with anything else.
Yeah.
But if you were to take a picture now of the rover, the car,
mm-hmm.
If you have a camera that's good enough to zoom in on that, and you take it at this point in time from this angle that shows this shadow, that shows a whole bunch of other stuff, you'd have this evidence that you could actually tie to other things. AI imagery does not have that. Yes, it takes some footwork to prove that, and that's why AI is such a pain in the ass.
And do you know what we call that?
Provenience.
Xenoarchaeology.
That's true.
Xenoarchaeology.
So, wait. Now we're going to get real philosophical because this really relates to Amelia Earhart. Would you still call it archaeology?
Yeah.
Why?
You know why? Because those objects are considered structures and they're over 50 years old.
No. Because they're man-made.
Structures are man-made.
What if we found structures on another planet that are not man-made would still be archaeology.
Yeah, because it's still xenoarchaeology.
No. It would be xeno something, but archaeology is the study of human material culture. Humans didn't build it.
I would still call it archaeology.
So you know how far behind I am?
How far behind are you?
In the video? It's this Norseman in, I want to say, Polish colors.
That's the one that
we were
Kirk
talking
put up
about
in
Glenn
the
Miller.
Chat, or up in the
yeah, and then you put it up in the window.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at right now. Is in the YouTube.
I think you're an hour behind, dude. Close the YouTube out and reopen it.
Astounding. Well, if I close it out, is it going to close the chat out?
No, because when you reopen it, you'll be back in the chat.
Well, I have the chat kicked out. Oh, now I'm only like 15 seconds behind.
There you go.
Wow. I don't know why it does that. That's so weird.
Jesus. What else we got? What else we got?
Why is the root word for arc doesn't require human involvement, does it? It does. So again, archaeology is the study of human material culture. Study of humanity through human material culture. If you have something that is constructed by not a human, or in our case, a hominid, because stuff that was created by Lucy, our long ago ancestor, Australopithecus africanus, or any of the proto-humans, that's considered archaeology. It also crosses into paleontology when you're looking at the physical remains of those creatures. But their artifacts, the things that they leave behind, their tools, are considered archaeology. Say you go on to another planet where the life forms are not human, and you are looking at their material culture. Would you call it archaeology? I think for the sake of this is what we know, we would call it archaeology. It would be incorrect, though. You would have to, I think, in order to be 100% accurate, you'd have to tie it into them. So it would be their term, ology, meaning their material culture, and then you could say xenoarchaeology for human stuff in space.
So I know you're all big on citing sources. So here's my source. NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, JPL, .nasa.gov from January 29, 2001. Okay? To answer your question, yes, finding ancient structures on another planet would still be considered a form of archaeology, specifically termed space archaeology or xenoarchaeology. While traditional archaeology focuses on human history, it is defined by the study of material remains, architecture, tools, and objects to understand past cultures, which would apply to extraterrestrial findings.
Who wrote it?
Let's see.
Was an archaeologist the one who wrote it, or some space cowboy?
It's NASA's JPL from the California Institute of Technology.
Human study is anthropology. Anthropology is the study of humans, yes. However, archaeology is the study of humans through their material culture. Anthropology in the United States is the main focus. And then you have bioanthropology, which is the study of the meat and potatoes of humans. You have sociocultural anthropology, which is the study of culture and society. Why is football important? Why do we celebrate Easter? stuff like that. That's sociocultural. Linguistics, which is the study of language and syntax and how language evolves and develops from to, talking very eloquently in Japanese, the study of linguistics. And then you have archaeology, which is the study of human stuff, historically speaking, all the way up through the modern age. But it is still part of anthropology. It is still the study of humans, which is why, and I mean, this is a philosophical game we could get into forever, trying to talk about what dictates on a foreign planet archaeology versus something else.
Well, Picard was an archaeologist.
He was a very poor one.
Well, yeah. Well, not really. Well, yes, he was, because he destroyed the ship that was in that.
He destroyed the Vermilion battle cruiser. He's destroyed the Kapunji.
Yep.
He took possession of stolen Ryzen artifacts, which were just meant to get his bone on, but no, he kept the damn thing. 2, he did not turn his girlfriend, who was a looter, active looter, over to the authorities. He participated in the looting and damage and destruction of archaeological sites in the episode where I can't remember the name of the episode, but I remember that Worf saying Milor Flamigal because the giant spongy appendage lady was pushing it, and then the fat Ferengi shows up. I can remember that part, but I can't remember the name of the episode. Picard was not a very good archaeologist.
To be fair, neither was Daniel Jackson.
Daniel Jackson, I have to say, and I said this in the video, is the best sci-fi archaeologist that I've seen, because he gets pissed when people move shit.
He does get pissed, but he gets pissed at everybody else except himself and the team when they're shooting at gold and destroying shit.
Yes, and he's also a very bad anthropologist because he directly involves himself in an indigenous population on a faraway planet. And
marries the population,
marries into the population, therefore contaminating the population, etc., so forth. Yes, he's not the greatest, but let's be honest, we're not.
Should we do an episode? And this is for the chat. Should we do an episode where we dive deep into TV and movie archaeologists?
Oh God. That would be an episode, and I think you need to get more people. Because we could get more people. We really could.
If you could get Flint, I don't know Flint. Flint and I are now friends on the TikTok, but we haven't talked to everybody or to people. If you get Flint
Dibble. Oh boy, we could get Flint Dibble.
Could we get Howard?
We could probably get Howard. It'd probably be easier to get Howard than Flint, mostly because I think Flint's just that pack. I don't know. I'll reach out. I'll see. We'll come up with a day because there's a couple other archaeologists on TikTok that I'd want to include.
I would have to figure out how to do multiple collab cams and everything else. So we'd have to. What I'd want to do is I'd want to set up a day where me, you, maybe Teeny if she's interested, and just set up so that I can do multiple collab cams.
Yeah, I think so. I'll reach out to Ricky, Captain Dadpool, because his program that he uses for his channel.
No, so my collab cam, I can have up to 11 guests.
Oh, okay.
On the collab cam, I just don't know how to adjust it and everything else, so I'd have to figure that out. So. Maybe I'll throw that in the Discord chat. Are you part of the pirate or the what is it? What's our Discord? Can somebody throw the Discord up in the link? I know you're on.
Yes, I am.
You should be.
Friday night D&D sessions, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Vote in the polls. because you were the deciding vote on that.
I was the deciding vote.
Because I if I removed my vote, it changed the vote. I added my vote back in, it tied the vote. So
I don't know how helpful I was.
oh, you were exceptionally helpful.
You
swayed the vote.
I did something. Of course, you said that it was that it was a 1-1, and I was the tiebreaker. So,
well, yeah, it was the battle between Han Solo and Carrie Elwes Robin Hood. And since we're talking about it, let's go. Let's go to the Deadly Dungeon. We had Carrie Elwes Robin Hood versus Han Solo. We had Matthew Quigley versus President James Marshall. We had Casey Ryback versus Rick O'Connell. We had King Leonidas from 300 versus Richard Kimball from The Fugitive. Now, with that being said, Robin Hood got beat by Han Solo because our good friend Archaeowolf decided that Han shot first. And Han always shoots first. So the Discord, you guys voted 47% for Robin Hood and 57% to Han Solo. Or no, sorry, it should have been 43%, not 47%, because that's not 100% right there. But the algorithm still has Han Solo winning. Matthew Quigley, the Discord voted 60%, and President James Marshall 40%. The algorithm, it's pretty close, 68% to 32%. Casey Ryback versus Rick O'Connell. Guess what? Rick O'Connell beat out Casey Ryback, even though Casey Ryback is a Navy SEAL. 0 to 100. But the algorithm took into consideration that Casey Ryback was a Navy SEAL, not the fact that he was, what's his face? Yeah, I don't even forget about him. So, algorithm 63% to 37%. And then King Leonidas absolutely Sparta kicked Richard Kimball into the pit 100 to 0 on the Discord. And Sparta kicked him into the pit 79% to 21% in the algorithm. And our bracket now looks like this. We actually have 10 spots left open so far on for the next round. Yes, Deadly Dungeoning. So, with that, do you think, Wolf, that we were accurate in our analyses?
On who would win?
Yeah.
Kind of.
I mean, it was a Harrison Ford three-peat this week, though he got beat out twice.
I think the only one that we really had a question on was Men in Tights Robin Hood versus Han Solo.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Because, well, Kevin, King Leonidas got so close to Richard Kimball that he Sparta kicked him into the pit. I mean, they did have shields, and correct me if I'm wrong, brass shields could have deflected a 9mm pistol, right?
I don't think so.
Or bronze, not brass, bronze shields.
I don't think so. So I guess, that depends on the load.
And the thickness of the shield.
Thickness of the shield, the load, the distance, the angle.
The adornments on the shield.
Of course, maybe. Again, that depends. I mean, if it would go through in one spot but not in another, you have to hit that one other spot perfectly. I mean, to be perfectly honest, every single person in there could have. It was a toss up because Matthew Quigley just has a Sharps rifle, and the president, Harrison Ford, has the entire U.S. military he could rely on. Casey Ryback's a Navy SEAL. He could have all the guns in the world, and he loses to a guy who has a lever-action shotgun from the 1920s.
And the Book of the Dead.
Well, yes, because Sylvester or Steven Seagal can't read.
Yes, but when you have mummies chasing you, they're going to chase Steven Seagal too.
Well, then he's going to stop. He's going to try to karate chop him, and then he's going to get his ass handed to him because the mummies don't give a shit about karate either.
So, in The Mummy 2, right? The Mummy Returns.
Yes.
Remember the scene where Rick is on the double-decker bus and he pokes the eyes of the freaking mummy?
Yes.
That scene.
And then he's got goo on his fingers because dried out mummies have goo in them, apparently.
That scene was completely and totally improvised by Brendan Fraser as an outtake. He was just having fun one scene, and they didn't cut. And then when they did call cut, the producers and scene director and graphics people were whispering, "Could we really do that? Is that possible? Can we add that into the movie? I think that would work. Can we do that?" And it cost them like an extra $250 just to make that scene where Rick pokes the eyes out of a mummy.
Well, do what the people want, I guess. The amount of dog hair that is just floating in my space now is incredible. And did I close that window? I did.
But with that, now that we know what went on with our Deadly Dungeon this week,
yep,
we could go here and we could choose the next 4. So before we round the click to spinny thing, let's see who we got. We have Speed Racer versus Frank Dukes. Frank Dukes, D-U-X, Duke, from Bloodsport. So a cartoon character versus a kickboxer.
You can't kill a tune.
Riddick versus John Spartan from Demolition Man.
Riddick.
Xena versus Alice, Mila Jovovich.
Alice.
Beatrix Kiddo versus Ethan Hunt. Conan the Barbarian versus Samurai Jack.
Which Conan the Barbarian?
Well, if we're doing Samurai Jack as an animated, let's do Conan the Barbarian as an animated.
They made him animated?
They did make him animated. Did you not watch the 1990s,
No.
mid-90s TV series called Conan the Barbarian?
No. I didn't have a TV attached to anything other than the 3 channels that came through the rabbit ears.
Oh, they did not come on the rabbit ears.
I will tell you that if you throw up any of them versus Baloo, I'm going to have to say Baloo from Tailspin probably kick their ass because he just has the vibe of like the big drunk in a bar.
Well, maybe we do that. Maybe we do that later.
Cartoon. Yeah, there we go.
Maybe we do that one later. Rooster Cogburn versus Bruce Lee. Now, this would be interesting because Rooster Cogburn versus Matthew Quigley would be interesting. And Bruce Lee versus Chuck Norris would be interesting.
But Bruce Lee and Chuck Norris already fought. And I'm sorry, but you can't ever take away the fact that somebody put the naughty porn music to that one scene where they're taking their shirts off to fight each other and they're all sweaty. And now you just can't unsee it.
John McClane versus Race Bannon. Now I'll show you pictures of Race Bannon when we get there.
We talked about Race Bannon. I know who he is now.
Yeah.
John McClane.
Ellen Ripley versus John Wick. Laura Croft versus Brian Mills. Is Laura Croft a good archaeologist too? Or is she a bad archaeologist?
He blows shit up and she steals shit. She's just like Indiana Jones, except with boobs.
Well, okay. And then Martin Riggs versus James Bond.
Bond.
Brian Mills, Kevin, is... I don't know who you are. I don't know where you're at. But if I find you, I will kill you.
He's a one-trick pony. Who's he fighting?
Laura Croft.
Let's go with Lara Croft.
But the Wheel of Mortality and randomness tells us who we're going to set. So, do you want to do the honors?
I don't know. Can I click? I can't click a button.
No. I'm just saying, do the saying. Wheel of Mortality.
Wheel of Mortality.
Turn. Tell us the next people, so we should burn.
What he said.
Hey, it's Riddick versus John Spartan. That's number 1. Number 2, Wheel of Mortality. Turn.
Yeah, Riddick has got to be one of the best don't abide by anything characters ever.
Well,
I really do like Riddick.
Beatrix Kiddo versus Ethan Hunt. The Bride versus Mission Impossible. Number 3. Speed Racer versus Frank Dukes.
Well, Speed Racing and him with the car?
I'll give Speed Racer the car.
Then Speed Racer is going to win.
Maybe we should, because we didn't give Michael Knight the car. Conan the Barbarian versus Samurai Jack. Apparently we're getting all the cartoons out of the way, guys. That just leaves us with 6 more. That just leaves us with 6 more. I will put those in the chat. And next week, Archeo Wolf will not be with us because he's got plans.
Yes, I do. What do I have next week? I'm working.
You're doing something uber special at work.
Not really, but so if the district ranger has to leave or is not available to work that week for whatever reason, time off, training, whatever, somebody has to be there to essentially answer the phone. So I will be acting ranger for next week, which means if somebody needs me to answer a question, I'm the one that answers it. If somebody needs me to search and rescue stuff because something happened on the forest, I'm the one who says, yes, do it. And then I think I go to meetings for him too and take notes.
So do you ever hunt down those pesky bears who take everybody's picnic baskets as acting ranger?
No. I'm sorry, if you leave your basket out in the woods and the bear takes it, you're just a bad creature living in the woods and you deserve to starve. I fully expect you to go punch the bear. I'm not a good influence. Go punch the bear. I will tell tourists to go punch a bear. I don't give a shit. Oh, Cody, we still talk. We talk way too much.
Yeah, we're talking.
We stopped talking about Amelia Earhart without really wrapping up what we were talking about an hour ago.
Yeah, but I think everybody got the gist that Amelia Earhart isn't a conspiracy.
Yeah. I think everybody has gotten the gist that the evidence points to she's on Nicaragua, or she was. That's where she wound up. That's where her expedition ended. And
you're trying to get tourist eaten.
I am not trying to do any such thing. Do you know how much paperwork that is?
Only if the tourist bodies are found.
This is very true. This is very true. I don't know what it is, but it's suddenly like on this side, like my whiskers suddenly do a straight line of silver now. Don't know. No, I don't try to get tourists eaten. I try to get tourists to not come into the woods. Not that there's going to be any more woods.
I don't know. Amelia is a mystery, but not a conspiracy. That's
the way
Kevin's
it should
opinion
be.
after our discussion. Cool.
And that's what it should be. So the actual final fate of Amelia Earhart will probably never be known until we find that bit of evidence that cannot be attributed in any way, shape, or form to something else, whatever that evidence might be. It is very much odds say yes, shake the 8 ball, that she wound up on Nicomoro Island while trying to find Howland, crashed, was able to send some radio signals, and then because of weather events or something, she lost her airplane, and that's where she died on the island. Her and Fred Noonan. Her remains were likely found in 1940. That her airplane was likely recycled and scavenged. The pieces of it that were on the shore, and now we're very close to figuring out what the story is. But of course, we don't have that one piece of guaranteed evidence that we will never truly know. The conspiracy theories and the alternative hypotheses that really saddle on that, oh, look, we found something, and then they never go back. Those are just hot air. They don't do anything. They are kind of pointless. And all they seem to do is encourage people to continue ignoring information that's already there. So the more you know, it's really interesting. I mean, and you could, and I mean, if anybody has any questions and you think about what we've talked about here, talking about here's evidence that that you have to account for. Look at any pseudoscience or conspiracy theory hypothesis and ask those same sort of questions. Somebody says Tartaria is real. Okay, where are the distinct things about Tartaria? If it did exist, why aren't we seeing this stuff? We have all of this stuff that shows this is the actual reality. Why are people ignoring it? So it's really the conspiracy stuff. I don't know why we do it, other than we don't like the answers. I'll tell you, I don't like the idea of Amelia Earhart dying on an island, getting eaten by coconut crabs. No, that's ridiculous. I don't like that.
I mean, they would have been able to survive for a little bit.
Fresh water is a problem, though. The islanders from the Gilbert Islanders who were on the island, they relied on water being brought to them. That's why they left in the 60s. There was no viable fresh water unless it was rainwater or it was brought on tanker boat. Entertainment people are bored. You're right. And if bored people are watching TV, they're not sticking around long enough to buy Ford F-150s and Pop-Tarts that they see advertised. That's why that TV is the way it is for advertising purposes. Not entertainment, not education. They want you to buy what they're selling.
There are tricks with sunlight or fire to make drinkable water, Kevin. However, you have to have the tools to be able to do so.
And the materials and the knowledge to do so. And whether or not that knowledge was readily available in 1937 to someone like Amelia Earhart.
Or Fred Noonan.
We don't know. Or Fred Noonan. Fred Noonan is probably one of the best aviators out there, navigators certainly, because he had flown the Pacific. He was all over the place with Pan Am, which is why he got the job. So, yeah, I think what landed the whole thing in dire straits and for failure is variables that could not easily be established once the airplane got in the air. So headwind, the engines being a little bit more thirsty than normal. I think if your fueling stops are closer together, you might not have a full accurate read on what the engines are actually eating.
Did they have? Would they have had any headwind indicator on the aircraft? Any
Not
tailwind
necessarily.
indicator? Because they could have said they were doing this speed, the speed, and they could have been going slower because they have a airspeed indicator.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how they would be able to account for a headwind, and it doesn't have to be that significant of a headwind. I mean, if your calculations are so stretched that 15 miles an hour is a difference in multiple gallons of consumption an hour, you know, it doesn't take much on that stretched out of a leg.
But Kirk, they may have had their hourly fuel consumption figured out, but that also didn't account different wind pattern changes of different areas. You got to remember, they flew across the North Sahara.
Yep, which would have different consumption rates there. I mean, again with the fuel variables, I feel like there was more stops, you know, so they would get their fuel consumption, sure. But you know, the air density in certain areas would change what their fuel consumption is going to be. Plus, you know, cruising altitude in order to get over the weather in some places in the Pacific might have been higher than they normally would. So again, if you don't know you're dealing with a headwind, you don't know to calculate for it. That's the thing.
Would you attempt this trip in the same equipment today?
Yes. Yes, I would. I didn't see that. Did somebody ask that in Discord?
No,
or is it...
no, that's me. That's me asking you that.
Yes.
Specifically having an aircraft carrier or something positioned in or around Nicaragua Island, so we can actually take that same path.
Why not? I think stuff like this, doing it again with the same equipment, would be amazing. I really do. If you want it to be a challenge, if you want it to be an upset or a risk, you'd have to have every single variable on the planet play into it. That's the thing that like doesn't work for stuff like Kon-Tiki or the Ra projects that Tor Heyerdahl did in the 50s and 60s, where you have, you know, he knew where he was going. Tor, for those who don't know, Tor Heyerdahl built a balsa raft called Kon-Tiki and showed that people from South America could sail to the South Pacific and the Polynesian Islands, which is great, awesome. He knew where he was going. He knew those things existed. He had modern charts. He had a radio. He had modern weather prediction, as best as it was in the 1950s. When he built the Ra ships, which were made out of papyrus, he sailed a ship made out of bundles of papyrus from Egypt to the Bahamas. He knew where he was going. He set a direct course. He had the weather. He had a radio, you know, and those things are variables that when you do an experiment like that, or you do a project like that, you cannot have and be accurate, you know, in your whether or not you could do it with the same equipment, you know, or the same information. I know that, you know, hindsight's 2020. We can say, hey, we know that we have to worry about this. We know we have to worry about that. Oh, the runway in Leh is paved over and is way bigger than it used to be. Oh, well, we don't have to drag the tail and damage the aerial, you know. Those are those variables that you have to factor in. So like with Heyerdahl, who had a modern understanding of the currents and the charts and stuff, if he really wanted to be accurate in his experiment to see if the Egyptians could have made it to the New World, he would have to go into it knowing absolutely nothing other than I'm on a boat and I'm leaving the Nile Delta, and then figure it out from there. He knew exactly where to go, and therefore he didn't have any of the stopovers or the time wasted trying to chase wind patterns he didn't know. So that's the issues with that. But if you want me to fly around the world in a Lockheed Electra, hell yeah.
Damn it. No, I hit the arrow key and I have it set for a specific thing, and it's a be right back.
Oh.
I just and Pellegrino successfully retraced and completed Earhart's planned 28,000-mile round-the-world trip in 1967 using the same model aircraft.
There you go. It was done.
Yeah, but she
I guarantee
did the
you the radios were better.
What's that?
Yeah, she did the planned trip. So she did the planned trip where she flew west to east. Yeah. That's a very good question. Would Egyptians even have a boat that could stand the Atlantic current? Probably not.
No. She retraced and completed the original east to west planned route.
Where yeah, that's what I thought you said.
Yeah, not the west to east.
Yeah.
So
where she took off from California and went to Florida and then across the Atlantic first.
Yes.
That was the after the crash secondary plan. Because remember, her first plan was to fly from California to Hawaii, Hawaii to Howland, and then on.
Right.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying, it's the planned route. So she went from Leh to Howland instead of going from Leh to Nicaragua.
Well, yeah.
That's the route I want to work. I want to do that route.
Yeah, do that route.
To see.
I thought when you asked me the question was to see if I'd fly it the whole route.
Well, no,
and not wind up on Nicaragua.
Well, we wind up on an aircraft carrier off of Nicaragua, then refill, and then go to Howland.
No, I wouldn't do that. Would the Egyptians have a boat that could stand the Atlantic current? So Thor Heyerdahl proved that the papyrus boats would on the second try. His first try, the boat became waterlogged and broke apart in heavy seas. Egyptian ships were not really ocean going. A lot of the Mediterranean cultures, their ships were not necessarily the most ocean going ships. The Mediterranean is a sea. The weather is very specific to the Mediterranean, but it's contained compared to the Atlantic. At the time, though, a lot of the ships, even Phoenician ships, the culture of the time was to pull your ship on shore at night. You don't leave the sight of land. You have a point of reference on land in which to sail by. So the ships are very shallow draft, which is not the most stable in heavy seas. Egyptian ships, being made mostly of papyrus bundles, they worked very well on the river. I mean, they held all the bricks for the pyramids on their ships in through canal systems and stuff, as archaeology is showing. But hauling enough personnel and supplies to sail across the Atlantic is not feasible with what we know. And the one really big ship we have, which is the Khufu ship, which was buried in the pyramid, shows that they didn't even have a keel. They were just kind of they were clinker built, but they didn't have a keel. The ships were very flexible, which works sometimes.
They're river boats.
they're mainly, yeah, exactly, riverboats. So, the so much of the Egyptian culture surrounds the Nile. That's the environment that they most inhabit. That's what their ships would reflect. And coastal adventures in the Red Sea and the Mediterranean within sight of land.
I will tell you that area, even today, is beautiful. Like you travel the Red Sea,
I'd love to.
and it's
It's a bit
you're in the
hot over there
Sinai.
right now.
What's that?
It's a bit hot over there right now.
Well,
And then it's the desert.
I was over there in 2006, 2007, and it was still hot.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't talking about the weather temperature.
Any comment on Kirk's conspiracy theory that Amelia Earhart and Noonan were lovers? Divorce was not illegal in the 1930s. It was not Handmaid's Tale. I have a sneaking suspicion that if they had really wanted that, they
would have found they
would
would have
have
found a
just
way
done
to
it.
crash their aircraft on land and
They,
disappeared.
or they wouldn't have crashed at all. They would have maybe tied it into their story or whatever. I think that's just wild. I think that's one of those things that tries to create a happy ending, tries to create some sort of, distraction. I mean, if you read a bunch of the other stuff, Noonan was a drunk. There were issues with Noonan and Amelia. They had friction. If you read any of the accounts of people who observed them together because of things. I mean, that's been factored into some of the hypotheses on why they might have gotten off course, is that Noonan might have been under the influence because there were so many issues. It's nice that they might have crashed the airplane somewhere and hit it and went and ran away and lived their happy lives together. That's very sweet, but
It probably, Kevin. It probably comes from the fact that, again, like Wolf was saying, the path from Leh to Nicaragua is straight, where from Leh to Nicaragua is what 15, 25 degree separation.
it's off course. I think the rumor comes from while she was alive, while the expedition was going on, an effort to discredit her, because again, you're in a time period where women are in the kitchen. They don't fly around the world. This is bullshit. There are people who are against it socially. I think there's also the idea of, these very incorrect ideas that, the moment she's not around her husband, she's going to play around or whatever. Again, these sociocultural things, I'm kind of feeding the scandal. And then just people trying to make a story so their conspiracy theory or their hypothesis gets attention. What's more scandalous? What's more enticing of intention of, they ran away to be secret lovers? That's right up there with her being a spy for the CIA. People go, true or not? I mean, it's exciting, Cody's got a good point about the Egyptian. Why would they even want to attempt to cross? Well, don't you know they took all the gold out of the Grand Canyon?
Don't you know the Egyptians built pyramids in Mexico?
Yeah, no, they didn't.
Where did you go? We have lost Wolf.
Mexicans built Mexican pyramids. That's how you know Mexicans are the best builders in the world, because no one ever argues about the shit that they made.
You're going to have to say that again because you dropped out of the stream.
No, I didn't. My stream was on the whole time. You blinked out.
I don't know how I blinked out. I didn't do nothing.
I don't know.
Both lost in lag.
Oh, now I'm back, I guess. I did not touch the screen at all. No, I saw a comedian, a Hispanic comedian whose name I cannot remember, and I feel bad. Go on about how no one argues about how Mexicans built Mexican pyramids because Mexicans can do it. Everybody's, because Mexicans are the greatest workers ever. No one ever argues the big things they built. But I don't know what I did. I'm back now, apparently.
You didn't do nothing. Probably just something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But nobody also argues about Chinese pyramids.
I would argue that they're not necessarily pyramids, but more platform mounds. But, I find the issue of everybody having pyramids a difficult one, mostly because that dismisses the idea that these cultures developed without, on their own. And, they developed their own engineering style to create these massive structures. Why do they have to learn from, why do they have to be just another pyramid like all of the others? They have completely different purposes. But
because the pyramid shape is the easiest shape in the world.
The pyramid shape is the easiest to build. Yes, I'm aware of that. But Graham Hancock also says a pyramid is any structure with stepped sides, which platform mounds in the Southwest, those are pyramids technically. The ziggurats are pyramids technically. Again, he's a journalist on ayahuasca. He's not an archaeologist. He's not an architect. He's not any of those things to make those distinctions. He's got a TV show. So. Yeah. And they fit, and the Chinese pyramids fit that description of if it's a stepped structure.
Mm-hmm.
Which again is incorrect because you could call a fort or a hill fort a pyramid because it's technically stepped. You could call a terraced garden a pyramid because it's a stepped structure. It's a large earthen structure. I would call a Chinese pyramid like a platform mound before I would call it a pyramid.
To that aspect, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon were a step structure, which makes it a pyramid, according to our good friend Hancock.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Egyptian pyramids are above ground. They're in a landscape that has a lot of vegetation and is conducive for growing a lot of material, so they don't look like they used to. They look more like a hill. Again, with most megastructures that you see from the ancient world, they fall out of cultural importance at some point where people don't take care of them. You have to maintain them constantly, whether this is a cultural thing, a war thing, a disease thing where people, the large population breaks apart because of any of these factors on the outside, drought, starvation, whole bunch of things. Populations don't have to disappear at all, but if they're reduced in their ability to do something, you're going to drop the things that are not that important to your survival. Taking care of a pyramid belonging to a dead guy who's been there for 2,000 years, you're not going to go weed the garden. You're not going to go cut the trees down. You're going to just let it kind of go back to nature, assuming, of course, you even know what it is, because at some point that generational knowledge disappears, except for only certain parts of the population.
Cody's out for your job.
He's out for my job.
He's out for your job, disproving Hancock.
Feel free, dude.
He got 100%.
Go kick him in the balls.
He got 100% on a research paper he did for school.
Good. Like the Confederate pyramids of the 1840s. Yes, some Confederate pyramids. I thought that was all the heads of those traitors that got piled up. Oh, wait, what?
Yes, Confederate pyramids, like the
Confederate
pyramid in
pyramids.
the Grand Canyon.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, and that's the thing is, I mean, you'll come across something that's, even if it's a structure, you have to explain away all of this other stuff that would assist it being a structure. You know, I did play the game where I asked archaeological based questions to people who believe in, like, the Egyptians being in the Grand Canyon. And it was the kind of questions that, you know, Chris or I would ask. Say, hey, can you account for why would they do this, et cetera, so forth. And it's 40-something questions that I have yet to have somebody who believes in Egyptians being in the Grand Canyon have even bothered to try to answer. Nobody has ever spoken back to me about it. They've not answered any of my questions. And they're very straightforward questions.
Shoot a question. I don't know these questions.
All right. Let me get to them because
oh, by the way, I saw something earlier and we just kind of bypassed it, but I think Kevin asked it.
What's that?
If Amelia and Noonan were captured by pirates. I don't know that pirates were in the South Pacific during that time period.
I'm sure they were.
I'm sure at some point there were pirates there. Chinese pirates, Philippine pirates. But the pirates that you guys are talking about, the me pirate, just be my pirate hat.
Not so much, yeah.
It actually fits. There it goes. This be my pirate hat. Probably not in the Pacific.
Okay.
That's in Tennessee, Cody. That's on the Tennessee side of the Mississippi. It's in West Memphis, Tennessee.
So the Egyptians visiting the Grand Canyon or the Caribbean or South America, there's lots of things that, in order for that to happen, need to happen first and would hold some sort of archaeological or historical record somewhere. When it comes to the basic thing, very basic thing of having such an incredibly distinct, technologically distinct, culturally distinct group coming up on people who do not share their technology or their cultural stuff, you're going to see a cross-contamination there. You're going to see a contamination of the culture that has not from the culture that has. The Egyptians had metal tools, you know, like actual forged metal tools. They had certain ways of agriculture which were very effective. None of that information gets transferred to the indigenous peoples of the Southwest or the Southeast or Central America or South America. None of it. No, oh, hey, this is an influence of clothing or anything like that. None of it transfers. The other thing that I like pointing out is that humans like to bone. Where's the DNA evidence? You know, it doesn't take much to propagate in a population. There would be DNA evidence. But so I brought up my question list for people who push this notion of Egyptians being in the Grand Canyon. First three questions are very simple questions. Can you explain why the government would hide such a discovery? I mean, why waste the time? Just why hide it? Explain why the Egyptians would go to the Grand Canyon. I've seen people say it's for gold. Okay. Question number 3. Can you explain how Egyptians even knew where to go? You know, because if they're finding information from somebody else, that somebody else knows they're going, which means there's another avenue of historical record that would account for the Egyptians being there that doesn't seem to exist. The Vikings told them that possibly there's no question that the Vikings were here, except for the fact that you're looking at like a 1,000-year difference between when the Egyptians were supposed to be here and the Vikings were in the Americas. The claim of the Egyptians going to the Grand Canyon coincides with Mark Antony and Cleopatra. Okay? There's a claim that Mark Antony and Cleopatra, when thrown from power and nearing defeat, sent their son with 50,000 people west to the where they wound up in the Grand Canyon by hook or by crook. How and where would Cleopatra and Mark Antony find the resources to embark such an expedition? The Egyptians wrote down everything. The Romans wrote down everything, and they're currently in a war. Mark Antony and Julius Caesar, they're fighting each other. How did 50,000 Egyptians gather up all the resources, all the ships, all the livestock, all the supplies, and get past Julius Caesar's navy or any of the cultures in the Mediterranean at the time, be it Phoenician or Sicilian or the people living in Iberia, the Iberian Peninsula, or the Straits of Gibraltar, or all of the islands once you get across the Atlantic, or all of the peoples in South America, or in the southern part of what is now the United States? You know, lots of people that would have had to just not see 50,000 individuals walking by.
So here's a question for you.
Go ahead.
If there is a Egyptian pyramid in the Grand Canyon, and I'm saying a big if,
yeah,
would that have meant that the Egyptians who built, wouldn't that have implied that the Egyptians who built the pyramids to begin with were the ones who came over, not Antony and Cleopatra? And if that's the case,
because when Antony and Cleopatra came, the cultural practice of building pyramids have been gone for 1,000 years.
So if that's the case, those individuals were here roughly 4,500 years ago.
Yeah, so why are people saying that it's Antony and Cleopatra?
Well, but they would have met the Paleo-Indians, predecessors to the ancestral Pueblans, and being that ancient Egyptians of the Old Kingdom from 2580 BC to 2560 BC were a warring people, we would not have the first Americans.
So we get into that in the questions here, you know. I mean, still, again, just asking simple questions here. Back to the 50,000 people. Has anyone calculated how many ships that's going to take?
Yeah, there was.
Thor Heyerdahl did it in a papyrus bundle ship from Egypt to the Bahamas, and it was like 40 feet long. How many people safely can you get on a boat made out of grass? They had to carry supplies too, I might add. How many boats do you need to carry 50,000 people?
And they would have they would have needed to know that there was something
there to go to. Yeah. How did they figure out their route to the Americas? How'd they know where to go? How did a fleet large enough to transport 50,000 people, all of their livestock and supplies, plus provisions for the journey, escape detection by every culture living along their route of travel? How many of these people were Egyptian, Roman, Greco-Egyptian in their origin? They seem to forget that the Hellenistic period in Egypt is a mix between Roman or Greek and Egyptian. So you have people who aren't technically Egyptian. They are half and half.
Mm-hmm.
So why is it only Egyptian, supposedly, architecture and imagery and stuff when you have, for 300 years at least at that point, is heavily influenced by the Greeks because of Alexander and Ptolemy?
And we know that everybody in that area would not have gone west. They would have always gone east because that's the migrationary that's the migrationary patterns.
Yeah. Why have once reaching the Americas, how'd they know where to go? I mean, I'm skipping through here. Why have no Egyptian archaeological sites been found showing their encampments along this expedition route from the East Coast to Arizona? There's indigenous sites all over the place. There's 312 distinct indigenous cultures that they would have come across. And that's based on modern numbers. There would have been more. How is it there's no Egyptian sites or Egyptian material culture or any sort of Egyptian contamination into those local cultures from that time period? Again, we're talking about a group of 50,000 people, supposedly. Some of the largest sedentary cultures in the Americas are along that route. The peoples of the Southeast,
the Mississippian culture,
the Mississippians, all of those cultures that fragmented off of the mound builder Mississippian peoples that built all of those big sites down there. As those cultures broke apart for whatever their reasons, their descendant populations are still there. Why aren't all of those people saying, look at these guys that walk weird, walk sideways? Where's the influence of Egyptian cultures or anything on it? Where's the reverse influence of indigenous cultures and indigenous DNA and indigenous stuff on the Egyptians?
Where's the hieroglyphics?
Why did the Egyptians? Yeah, where's the hieroglyphics? Why did the Egyptians hold on to Egyptian culture only when they get to a place where indigenous peoples have been living for thousands of years, not the Egyptian style, and being successful at it? Why do the indigenous peoples of North America not have any record of 50,000 Egyptians showing up? Any of them? Can't believe indigenous people.
Cody says Google AI says around 2,500 ships without supplies.
Without supplies. Okay, cool. It's a long way to go without food or water. Assuming the weather helps, which it might or might not. Again, how do you know what the weather's going to do? How do you know that you need sails? I mean, we're talking again about the technology is not caught up to the needs of sailing on the Atlantic. They walk according to the song because the song tells us everything we need to know about the Egyptians. These 19 questions pertain only to the Egyptians getting to the Americas. Let's actually look at where they ended up.
Okay. Kirk, hold on. Before we do that, interstellar battle cruiser captain, Kirk says, according to Stargate, the pyramids were spaceship landing pads. Egyptians thus flew to the Grand Canyon in their spaceships, but needed to build pyramids for the flight back. Solved.
Okay, real quick. If there's no pyramids there to start with, how'd they land?
They got one of those. They got one of those Atlantean ship shuttles that go through the Stargate.
But again, that would be a lot. Crashed, obviously. Okay, where's the crash bits? Where are all the dead folk from the crash? Not yet. So Egyptians arrive in the Grand Canyon. Let's say it happens.
Okay.
They would have to build shelter and infrastructure systems to support a population of 50,000 people. Where is it? Mind you, the Hohokam in the 1100s had a population in the Phoenix Basin that numbered at the highest 150,000. And we have massive amounts of archaeology all over the Phoenix Basin. Canal systems, farms, temple mounds, all this stuff for 150,000 people that lasted for 1,000 years, in various forms until it grew to its height and then finally collapsed. There's evidence of that. Why isn't there evidence of Egyptians being in the Grand Canyon? Same rules apply. Where's their infrastructure? Where's their animal husbandry, their farming, their irrigation? All over the world, dating back to our earliest ancestors, archaeological evidence exists of where they lived, the tools they used, the food they ate. How could a population of 50,000 people leave nothing? Has anyone considered what they would have brought with them? Why are there no descendants, feral or still domesticated, of their livestock? All of the creatures they would have brought with them from Egypt, why isn't there an example of that in hybrid form, feral form, or still domesticated that exists in the Southwest? Why? Because you need a lot of Egyptian sheep and a lot of Egyptian goats and cows to feed a population of 50,000. You got to bring with you a lot of things.
Yeah.
And that you have to maintain those things. Because if one person eats one goat a month, that's 50,000 goats a month. And that's just an arbitrary number, But if that's how much somebody consumes, that's a thing you have to account for. And no one's accounting for that. Where are the developed water sources? And why aren't the indigenous peoples of the Southwest still using those water sources if the Egyptians are so good at developing them? There's a whole list here of things that don't exist that would exist within the archaeological record itself. Burials, bodies, engraved goods, intact pottery, broken pottery shards, tools made of wood, stone, and metal, broken and discarded tools, processed food remains, butchered animal bone, trash pits and middens, fire hearths, charcoal, worked shell and bone and stone debitage, privies, toilets, human waste, water systems, channels, ditches, canals, and wells, stone quarries, and cut stone. Where do you think the blocks for everything built in Egypt comes from? Tailing piles associated with the excavation of gold and silver, copper, and tin. They supposedly went there for gold. Where are the tailing piles? Evidence of smelting and making bronze. Stuff that the local peoples did not pick up, apparently. Fuel harvesting for smelting and food prep. There's still trees down there. Lumber resources for shelter and construction. There's not that many trees. Roads, trails, trails, and trade networks. Where'd they go? Land clearing for construction and farming practices. I have been on archaeological sites where you can see where people put their tents because there's no rocks in that spot because people picked up the rocks so they didn't sleep on them. Remains of domesticated animals and the keeping of them. Marketplaces, forges, and tool makers, building foundations and walls, rock art inscriptions. Can anybody explain why there's an archaeological footprint and evidence for the indigenous people dating back 10,000 years in the same bloody spot, unbroken, but there's no evidence of the Egyptians?
You know what else they don't have? Okay. To be transparent, this myth of the Egyptians coming to and building crap in the Grand Canyon has been around for the chat and for the podcast, has been around since a sensationalized article in a 1909 newspaper.
Yep. One article.
What they aren't accounting for, what's the size of Egypt?
The size of Egypt?
The size of Egypt.
Miles? I don't know. Large?
What's the size of the United States? Egypt can fit in the southeast of the United States, and it takes 40 days to go from Tanis to Mount Sinai in the Sinai Peninsula, or Mount Sinai in the Sinai Peninsula. Walking. So how did they get from the East Coast to the Grand Canyon when it takes 26 hours by car?
Would take 6 months. I asked that question in here, I think.
You do?
I think so. Or I've talked about it at least, that it, like, if at walking pace, it would have taken them like 4 to 6 months. Uninterrupted. And again, that's like, that's assuming like it's the nicest thing in the world to walk. It's not including the fact that the Southwest is absolutely awful to walk in.
Southeast is awful to walk through too.
But it's got water.
And it's got gators. It's got how many civilized tribes?
Lots. I mean, there's a whole reason why the Union cavalry and the Confederate cavalry during the two battles that happened in the Southwest of the United States during the Civil War, both of these cavalry units were on foot because their horses couldn't make it across Texas.
Bighorn considered Northwest?
No, I mean, I'm talking about the two fights in New Mexico.
Oh. I was talking about
Confederate forces and the Union forces.
Oh, those types of fights. Yeah. I was talking about
they were on
Battle
foot predominantly because smallpox, guys. Smallpox was first recorded in 400 BCE in Africa, which means Egypt. Egypt is in Africa. How is it a population of 50,000 people, even a single shipload of people, didn't bring with them smallpox to the Americas and cause the devastation across the board?
Here's another one for you. Another disease that they didn't bring across the board, and it comes from goats, and it comes from those types of animals. Anthrax.
Anthrax is in the soil.
But it's also on animals.
Well, yeah. And animals can get anthrax by eating soil that has anthrax in it.
But if you're gonna bring 50,000
people
goats,
are gonna bring disease. Yeah, I mean, the goats themselves would be a feral species that would be all over the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Goats are pretty versatile creatures, just like pigs. The Grand Canyon is just shenanigans. And the first article about the Grand Canyon and Egyptians being there comes at the height of like the Egyptian craze in Egypt, where people are finding all sorts of crazy things, and it's a fad to know about the Egyptians, you know. It's not very long after 1908. I mean, it's after the First World War, but Howard Carter finds King Tut.
Mm-hmm.
Within 20 years of that article. It's a fad to know about it. Technology at the time is moving more information than humans have ever seen via radio and telegram and all of that stuff. And Egypt is fascinating to all of the people who never go there or don't have the ability to ever go there. So, you know, let's have something here in the States that's cool that we can equate to. One of the things, though, that when you look at the infrastructure of how to build something that big, does anybody know how big the structures are in the Grand Canyon that people are calling pyramids? You do.
I've been there.
There's a structure called Cheops Pyramid, and it's a giant. It's a landform. The base of this landform is like 2.5 miles across.
It's not a pyramid.
The pyramid in Egypt, the Great Pyramid in Egypt, is 412 meters. Right? It's not big in the grand scheme of things, and it has supposedly millions and millions of stones in it. And they're trying to tell you that a structure that is 1,500 or more feet high and 2.5 kilometers across or whatever was built by hand.
Yeah.
No.
Now, don't
So
get
the accounting and introduction and adoption of horses in North America is fascinating. The Spanish lost some, and the indigenous peoples who recovered them and stuff have numerous stories on how they acquired the horse. Nez Perce have a great story about how they bought a bunch of horses from the Arikara and a Spaniard to teach them what a horse was.
don't
Yeah,
get
the indigenous peoples have carry on about how the horses come to them, but the accounts as to how is actually very well documented.
yeah.
It's just a lot of it's in that gray literature of academic papers and stuff like that, which is obnoxiously hard to get through or even locate, because unless you put it into a book or something easily accessible or made available by television initially, a lot of information doesn't get out there. That's one of the biggest issues that we have with archaeology, is the fact that there's so much stuff that is factual, is proven, has been shown to be correct through multitudes of testing, but it's in the very dry academic paper world, which, even as someone in this field, I will tell you, is a chew. You have to chew on it. Your jaw will get tired. It is bland. If it was exciting, it would be more available, I feel, or people would make the effort to learn it. Because I do not expect if I were to put up a report right now and say, people read this, I do not expect anybody to get through it, because it is a slog. Yeah, the Spanish lost horses. Horses were stolen. You know, the Spanish lived in the American Southwest for a couple decades before the Pueblo revolts really kicked them out. You have indigenous people who are learning about horses, who are observing how to handle horses, picking up on how on doing it, and then the horses themselves are so acclimated to all of these people. You're not starting from scratch. You're getting a pre-domesticated animal that understands what its job is, and then all you have to do is take care of it, and they'll reproduce on their own. And I mean, they're not starting at zero when it comes to domesticating a horse like peoples in Eurasia did when the domestication started. They're starting at 50. You know, their car runs and drives, and all they have to do is prep it for the race. They're not building a car from the ground up. So yeah, that's why it takes over so quickly, and is such a profound change in how indigenous culture is in the Americas, at least in the western section, the western half.
I think Kirk's just trying to get our goat now.
There are no goats here from Egypt.
No, he says academics who
Oh.
won't even write about ancient Egyptians in Mexico. Boring.
I don't know why. Maybe they did get here and they all, I don't know.
I don't know, but we have a lot of stuff to do in the United States. We don't need to worry about Egyptians being here in the United States.
Yeah, we do not need to worry about the Egyptian stuff. You know, that's another thing. Another thing is that stories like this come up because Egyptians are different. And this goes back to that obnoxious human thing called racism and religious identity and all that stuff. Because some of the proponents who push this idea that Egyptians were in the Americas, a lot, so much so that they have a thing called Reformed Egyptian, are the Mormons. And the Mormons have a religious backing to their story and a reason that these things are being said and these stories are continued. You know, if you don't, a bunch of the religion falls apart. Well, the other part of it is that you have mound structures in the Americas that are pretty impressive. And you have structures in the Southwest that are very impressive. You have all of these structures in Mexico and in South America. They're very impressive. They are city scale stuff. And this is a time period where you can't acknowledge that indigenous peoples in the Americas had the ability to do anything. Because if you did, you'd have to acknowledge that you are treating fellow humans like shit. You have to make them look in some way, shape, or form like they need you. They need your religion. They need you to show up and take care of them. They don't have a concept of land ownership, all of this bullshit stuff. So if you say, hey, any other culture on the planet made these, not the indigenous people, you take away like this big cornerstone of their history showing that they are here. You know, the Egyptians in the Bible are the bad guys because they enslaved the Jews and built the pyramids. They are just different enough in their religion and in their appearance that you can point at them and say, oh, look, they're bad, but they can build this big stuff. But, you know, they're just different. And then, you know, you can say, hey, this just different stuff is over here. And these other people who look so very different just moved in. That's the whole cornerstone of Graham Hancock's argument and the book that he plagiarized from the 1800s.
So is Graham Hancock alluding that Egyptians are Republicans?
I don't know. I think Graham Hancock is in the list.
Oh. So Kevin has been trying, and I don't know, I missed his beards on tablets question. Talk to us about pre-Columbian pottery tablets with beards imagery on them. Do you know what he's talking about? Because I don't.
Nope, I don't. And again, and
send that to the email, Kevin. Question.
First off, the idea that indigenous people can't grow beards, I find just odd.
How about your favorite? And I'm eye rolling this on favorite. Your favorite hair cultural appropriationist.
Oh, what's her name?
I don't know.
Fork girl?
Cornrows girl who thinks that
cornrow girls. Oh,
braids
yes,
are...
the Vikings invented the cornrow. Yes.
Yeah, or Viking stuff.
Yeah, no. So I've not heard of tablets or pre-Columbian pottery that show people with beards. I haven't heard that. So until something like that actually is found or shown and stuff, I mean, I need a source. The issue, again, you know, you're looking at stuff that's being interpreted by people who are not there or not from there. So the people who are interpreting it in the beginning are trying to come up with some sort of answer to something. You know, there's the white God hypothesis is a thing that it continues to crop up all the time, but it was very popular back when the Spanish were invading. Where there's this idea that the indigenous peoples of the Americas had a god who was white and gave them all of this stuff, and therefore, you know, they owe us something. One of their gods was a corpse. Quetzalcoatl is the god of the dead. He's represented by, in some cases, a very gaunt-looking individual. You turn pale when you're dead, you know? So even if that's accurately represented, and we know it really wasn't most of the time, because it's being represented through Spanish lens, even if you had an individual who is represented in artwork or in description as being pale, that does not mean that they are white or European or Christian coming to rescue people. It might mean that they just are a paler color. Quetzalcoatl also could turn into a giant winged snake. I don't see the giant winged snake people, showing up and saying it. Oh, he has to be this. Represent as a man. In fact, it's the comparison that you see is apparently it was recorded. The Spanish recorded that people thought Cortez was the reemergence or the return of Quetzalcoatl, because Quetzalcoatl had a beard and he was pale skinned, or not Quetzalcoatl, Cortez. No, I think people were impressed by Cortez because Cortez had a gun and armor and horses. And that was kind of a big deal, because you're essentially, it's like introducing a tank into an infantry battle. Holy cow! Look at this thing that none of us can stop until we lose a bunch of people, but figure out the weakness, and then they eventually do. The Macahuatl, I think that's how you pronounce it, is the giant wooden club with obsidian blades inset in the edge. Was described as being able to decapitate a horse in one swing, and then it was actually tested and proven that yes, a Macahuatl can decapitate a horse. Until you get over the fact that this giant animal that you have no comparison for really is charging at you with somebody on top of it. Once you get over that bit of fear factor, you can now take out a horse. Holy cow.
So I found something for Kevin, and I posted it in the Discord chat, asking Kevin if this was the article, but I'm thinking it is, just based on the first paragraph. Let me read you this first paragraph of this article, right? Now,
listen.
This article comes from Meridian Magazine. Have you heard of it?
Have I heard of it? No.
Yeah. Meridian Magazine.
I like the sound of it.
What's that?
I don't know if I like the sound of it, though. Why do I feel like it has something to do with Utah?
Because it does. Because the tagline of the Meridian Magazine is Latter-day Saints shaping the world. This article is entitled Bearded Foreigners in Mesoamerica.
Okay, so the people who always talk about the bearded foreigners being in the Americas are always the ones who seem to talk about the 13th tribe of Israel being here.
Well, here is the first paragraph of this article. American anthropologists who are steeped in isolationist evolution theory in the origin and development of ancient American civilizations tend to avoid the subject of significant transoceanic contacts of the type recorded in the Book of Mormon.
Yeah.
That paragraph.
I would like people to acknowledge that Joseph Smith got run out of like 5 towns between New York and Pennsylvania all the way to Illinois for literally ripping people off and searching for gold.
You're going to love this.
Also, yeah, go ahead.
They cite sources.
Of course they do.
A couple paragraphs down. It is a fact that American Indians do not have much facial hair to grow beards. Citing Worth, 1986, page 29, who was citing Sylvanus G. Morley, 1956, page 23.
Okay.
So how are the numerous sculptures and the terracotta portraits of heavy bearded Indians explained? Considering their prominence, there had to be dominant racial type in the high cultures of Mesoamerica that are no longer exist.
Where are those artifacts?
I don't know.
So here's what I would want to see. This is a very interesting article. Cool. I need to see the citation of all of the site forms and the archaeological project reports and the final deposition of the collected artifacts showing all of this stuff. I'm a critic. I'm being critical of it right now.
Mm-hmm.
This is part of job to be critical, and this is what we do in the science. I want to physically see these artifacts. These artifacts, if they are in any way, shape, or form preserved correctly, done, excavated, and recovered, and curated correctly as they should by federal and state law, coincide with a site form and a site report and an excavation project, usually tied to some sort of CRM project or development project. All of this documentation and paperwork exists somewhere. Because Granddad had it in the garage is a great story when you're trying to chase down a really rare Ford Mustang. It is not the basis of an archaeological article, which is why looting archaeological sites is so incredibly detrimental, because all of that data that goes into those reports and all of that proof that shows that this thing is a legitimate artifact gets destroyed, which is why we say, hey, don't do this. And it doesn't have to be arrowheads. It can be statues in terracotta of very bearded proof that the Book of Mormon is real. I saw somebody wearing red spandex one day. Is Spider-Man real? I mean, it's you know, yeah. Again, with when it comes to when pseudoscience makes claims like this, or Meridian Magazine or stuff like this makes claims like this, they ignore so much, that needs to happen, needs to exist, because humans bring with them things. If the Book of Mormon was real, if what happened in the Book of Mormon was correct, why did Christianity not exist in the Americas before it got here, before Europeans got here? Why did any of the influences that you would see from the old world not exist in the Americas? Fine. Nobody likes the religion. They kill everybody practicing the religion. It takes a while for the religion to get shopped around. Oh, by the way, they just figured out how to grow things and make them produce more. Why aren't we using that? Agriculture from the Middle East is a big deal. It's very successful for a landscape that is not the most productive. It was certainly different back then, yes, but where is that knowledge and information that you can bring with you? You don't even have to bring an artifact. You can bring the idea and stuff with you. If you exist in a landscape, you're going to then adapt what you know to the landscape you're in. So you will make things that mimic what you have at home. You will, and that information will eventually get shared and spread around. And again, back to the humans banging each other. Where's the DNA evidence? I'm sorry for everybody who's absolutely, they're pure Mormons. No. The biological imperative to bang, over the top. There's no stopping that. I'm sorry. Spider Pig is real. I've decreed it. I put the questions, by the way, in the chat. If anybody wants to read the questions I put together asking about, but yeah.
So apparently this article that I mentioned wasn't the one that Kevin was talking about. That's fine, Kevin. It's just the first one that I saw that was talking about what you were talking about. And I know you're not Mormon. It's fine.
So that right there, though, is a great example of this is why a source needs to be cited. And again, I understand if Kevin can't find the original source, but the thing is that if the only source, based off of the information that Kevin gives us, or anybody could give us a little bit of information, if this is the only source, or other sources saying the same thing come up, you have to consider that nothing else is coming up as evidence or as relating the story. So it may not have been this, but it may have been a very similar article that has the same origins in this material.
Right.
So
now, I did a little digging.
I know the look on your face was exasperation, and you're really done.
So one of the reports that the article was citing is titled "A Survey of Mesoamerican Bearded Figures." Right?
Okay.
From 1979.
Okay.
By author Kirk Magleby.
Okay.
And it's in Book of Mormon Central is their database.
Okay. Again, there is a bias there.
Yes. One of the, for the survey, one of the cited sources, and this is where my lack of exaggeration went, right? One of their cited sources is called American Indians in the Pacific, published in London, 1952, publisher George Allen and Unwin Limited, written by Tor Heyerdahl.
Yep. Tor Heyerdahl was shown, he showed that it was possible, but it was also completely backwards to all of the evidence and all of the science that backs that evidence. Egyptians would not have known more about tiered farming than the Incans. That's very true. But we're not talking about just the Incans. We're talking about indigenous peoples all over the Americas. You keep in mind, you can transport an idea or knowledge about something anywhere you can walk. And you can walk from the top of Alaska to the bottom of Tierra del Fuego. You can. And even if you don't, you can relay that information. Maybe not on purpose, but you can still, you and I have a conversation now. You might share something that I told you with someone who will share that to 5 people 500 miles away when they're done with their road trip. That's how information moves. So, yeah, the Egyptians, the Incans might get information that was from these hypothetical Egyptians and be like, well, yeah, this is bullshit. We don't give a damn. But somebody south of the Incans might, or the sites all over in Mexico and the Southwest and through the Midwest, that have agriculture, those would pick up something from the Egyptians. The Egyptians also had wheeled vehicles. They would have brought with them the knowledge of wheeled vehicles and how to build them in some cases. Again, their domestication of animals, including the horse, their transmission of disease, DNA, it just influence on the pantheon of gods. Hey, I have a god it looks like this. That might appeal. I mean, think about it. You have indigenous cultures who revere coyote as a cultural figure, as a god figure. Isn't it wild that the Egyptians have a figure in their pantheon that is a canine with tall ears? That might be where the similarities between Anubis and coyote end, but you might still have the imagery might translate, and somebody might adopt the imagery because, hey, this looks like coyote, and they have a vision of a coyote walking on 2 legs. Oh, Anubis walks on 2 legs, and he's a coyote-looky thing. It's not going to be direct across, not the slightest, but you will have influences somewhere where there's a cross, and I say cross-contamination because it changes fundamentally what you are seeing. That's one of the questions that archaeologists and anthropologists get is, can you be 100% biased when observing other humans? And is it 100% accurate, your observations? Because if you come to some place and they've never seen a white person before, they've never seen a person with a beard, you've just changed their worldview. So everything you thought you were going to learn about them is now different because they have to account for you. And now things have changed. That's a contamination. If you watch people who know about you and all this stuff, and you go, I don't want to eat seal eyes, seal eyes are gross. Your observation of their food culture is bias. You have a bias to their food culture. Why? Because you, the observer, don't like seal eyes, even though seal eyes might be like Skittles, might be a delicacy. Might be a very important thing to have nutrition-wise. I don't think so, but when you're writing your report, are you inadvertently, even subconsciously, allowing your bias to affect your viewpoint of the report? I mean, we can get real deep into the philosophales. The philosophy of
why don't you and I get real deep on the philosophicals over a nice...
in a different video?
Well, not in a different vehicle, but I'm just over a nice long drink at the gathering.
Were ancient Egyptians what we would call white anyway? That depends. The Egyptians in the Bible or the Egyptians in reality? In the ancient Mediterranean, I don't think you would call the Greeks white. I don't think you'd call Italians white. Nowadays, I would say the Egyptians are white. I'd say the Egyptians and everybody in the Middle East and everybody in the Mediterranean could be considered, quote unquote, white. I feel like there's a distinction between I mean, it gets muddied, but socioculturally, everybody in the Middle East is treated very poorly now. But if you were to pair them up against people from the southern reaches of South Africa, or the southern reaches of Africa, or the furthest east reaches of Asia or something, those individuals would get a little bit more ethnic pushback than people from the Middle East, because technically people from the Middle East are more commonly... We're all human. I really hate the idea of race. We're all freaking humans.
There's only one
and we're
race.
all poor.
It's the human race.
Yes, there's only one race, and it has an engine in front of it.
I like my horses under the hood, not under me.
Yeah. And what's interesting is that even going up into Europe and stuff, for the longest time, peoples in Europe weren't white like they are now. They would have gone from darker skin to dusky skin to looking more indigenous skin tones, if you have to really break it down to that. And it's only in the the really northern reaches of Europe do you see people go completely, quote unquote, white.
I will tell you this. I will show a picture of me in high school. And I know we get older, so we don't necessarily look the same. But my high school graduation photo, because of where I grew up, I look Mexican. My skin tone is not white. It was dark tan. My mustache was a pencil thin mustache, and it's not because I grew it that way. It's just how my mustache is naturally. If I trim this, you'll see it's small. But I will show that picture in the Discord because I have it on my phone, but I'll show that picture in the Discord. You guys can see there is a ton of difference. And there's a ton of difference in the photos that I took for my graduation photo and the photo I took for basic training. Like, I was in freaking Kentucky for 3 months for basic training, and I grew up in Florida.
Yeah. There's more clouds in Kentucky.
A lot less vitamin D from the sun.
Yeah.
But that's just it, Cody. I am German, Scot,
It,
Irish
same,
DNA.
same. And if when summer comes, I mean my arms get dark brown.
Mm-hmm.
It's an adaptation of being in the sun. And that's the whole thing is that what people call race is just adaptations to the environment you live in.
Yep.
Why do you think there's not lots of very dark-skinned peoples from Africa in Northern Europe? Or, until the modern age where, we have climate control and could be inside and stuff like that. Well, it's because there's evolutionary traits that benefit people who live in the north when you are in the north versus people who are from the south. Meanwhile, if you're from the north and you go to the south, you burst into skin cancer and die because the sun eats you. Meanwhile, and people who are local from there go like, the sun's fine. That's everything can be considered a romantic idea. Egyptian explorers going all over the world could be a romantic idea. So could Celts, so could Vikings. But keep in mind, there doesn't seem to be any stories about indigenous peoples from the Americas going all over the world and seeing things. It's the issue with it is that there are lots of people who don't stop at the idea of, oh, this is just whimsy. There are people who genuinely believe in it. There are people who base how they treat others because of this. How they interact with others, how they justify their behavior with others. Somebody can say, oh, the Egyptians came to the Grand Canyon, so I don't have to be considerate of the indigenous rock art. And they'll carve their name into it because the Egyptians were here first. It's not the people who think it's a whimsical thing. It's the people who believe it. I love Stargate. Stargate's my favorite show. I got Stargate tattoo. I got Stargate spaceships. I love Stargate. Stargate is literally ancient aliens, and I fucking hate ancient aliens. And I hate what that ancient aliens has been used as a reason to be prejudiced against peoples that are not white or not Christian all around the world. I celebrated Eric von Däniken dying because he literally went, brown people couldn't do it, so it must be aliens. That's the whole reason he was famous. I can enjoy Stargate because Stargate is sci-fi, and sci-fi is goofy, and it's funky TV. And as a professional archaeologist, I hate the archaeology that's done in the show. But I mean, I enjoy it as funny. I enjoy it as entertainment. I can make the distinction. It's the people that can't make the distinction that are the problem. I love Stargate. Stargate is the reason why I became an archaeologist, more than Indiana Jones. Because when I was a kid, I was given glasses. And I hated the idea of wearing glasses because only nerds and losers wear glasses. And then Stargate comes on, and I watch this show where a guy with glasses is not only like dashing and good looking, but he's saving the world and blowing stuff up. Helped my self-esteem a fair bit. I haven't seen anything other than the announcement. I kind of refuse to look at the announcement, as refuse to go any deeper into it. I was told about it. I was like, okay, I'll check that out, and then I haven't really pushed because I'm also very leery about the reboot of Firefly.
It's animated.
Is it?
It is, and it can only be animated. They said the reason it's animated is because it's going to be able to fit with everybody else's schedules. Because Morena Baraka has Sheriff Country, and
Fillion
and Tudyk have their roles on The Rookie, plus they have their podcast once we were spacemen, and
Yeah.
Gina
Well,
Torres is doing something,
interesting.
and
I'll have to look into it, I guess. I didn't look in. I saw the announcements, and then I kind of was like, cool, I'll just wait for it to come out. It remains to be seen. I'm not that attached. I am, but I'm not.
I think it makes absolutely perfect sense to make it animated, and apparently they're making it between the end of Firefly and the beginning of Serenity because Wash is there.
Yep.
But
there's graphic novels to go with it. So
yep. But they're also recasting.
Look, it's you,
Reverend
dapper
Book.
boy, in your outfit. I know. Well, because Book is dead.
Yeah, Ron Glass is dead.
The good old days of when we were still in high school and still beanpole looking.
Oh, you're looking at my pictures?
That's pretty bean. Well, yeah, they're on the screen.
Yeah. But tell me, those two pictures side by side are two different people, right?
People. They could be different people, yeah. I feel like they should have kept on going with Universe because I think Universe was the next progression, but I might be the only one in the room.
See, I think they skipped over a good progression when they went to Universe. Because they did Stargate, SG-1, then Atlantis, then Universe, right?
Yep.
What happened to Galaxy? Stargate Galaxy should have been in there.
No, it shouldn't. No, it shouldn't. I think it explored the natural progression. I think it explored a progression of the Stargate universe that we can't deny would have been there with the ships and the exploration and stuff like that of the ancients. I think that's very cool. But
I'm a bad fan. I haven't even seen a single episode of the universe. I stopped after Atlantis.
Robert Carlyle's in it.
I know. But I was watching.
You should watch it.
What's that?
You should watch it.
I was watching Once Upon a Time with Robert Carlyle as Rumpelstiltskin.
Yeah. Yeah, I never watched that. I just remember Robert Carlyle's in Trainspotting.
Yeah.
And what's the other one?
Wasn't he a Bond villain?
He was a Bond villain.
He was the one that got shot in the head, and the bullet was.
He couldn't feel pain.
Yep.
He's also in that one, The Full Monty.
Somebody gets mad at us when we talk about movie quotes and stuff, and talk about movies, and it's artism. So, but we've been going for 4.5 hours.
We have, and it's
time for you to go and do stuff.
Well, I've got more dogs to deal with, and I haven't actually eaten dinner either.
Well, go eat dinner.
Yes, Mom.
Say goodbye. Say goodbye.
All right. Well, this has been fun. Thanks everybody for entertaining the TISM spiral that is my discussion of Amelia Earhart and then everything else we've talked about. Feel free to cut out the last 2 hours.
I don't cut. It gets.
I know you don't.
Uploaded.
I know you don't. But yeah, no, this is fun, and we'll have to figure out other things to talk about and come back and do it again.
Well, we know you're not available next week. Are you available in 2 weeks?
Yeah. I will.
Okay.
I'll see
So
what is going on.
So I have news, and before we go, does anybody have any good things of the week? Because we normally do good things of the week, but I have news. I may or may not be here in the home pirate ship in 3 weeks. I may be back in the great state of Florida.
Florida. Oh boy.
Working again.
Good.
That is to say that the government shutdown ends. That
Good. Well, it needs to.
I know, right? I
I get
still
to deal
get
with
paid.
the reorganization.
What's that?
I get to deal with the reorganization.
Oh, I get to deal with my new boss, Mark Wayne.
Yeah, he sounds like a serial killer. I get to deal with the reorganization, which was so poorly handled, telling us that, yeah, oh man, it's bad.
We'll talk. We'll talk offline later about that.
We'll talk about it. Alrighty.
Take
care, everybody.
We will be here. Let's shoot for normal time, 9 Central, 10 Eastern. That'll give me more time that I'm not going through things. It's only the long episodes that we go long that we start early. So next week we'll be back here, 9 Central, 10 Eastern. And then we'll go from there. I want to thank everybody for joining. Please don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this stream out there. Any questions that you might have for either myself or for ArchaeoWolf, I want to thank ArchaeoWolf for joining us, and he is always welcome to pop on in whenever he wants to come and talk about whatever topics he feels that we should know about, and rip on Graham Hancock and the conspiracy theorists and the debunking of the pseudosciences and everything else. But if you have any specific questions that you want answered or advice, whether it's D&D related, whether it's TTRPG related, whether it is archaeology related, please send that question to roguebardadvice@gmail.com. And with that, I want to say thank you guys for joining. Don't forget, again, to like, share, and subscribe to the stream. Join the Discord if you haven't already. And I will see each and every one of you next week. And as well, let me end it with the pirating motto: take what you want, give nothing back, and don't forget, don't drink all the rum. With that, I am your host, ChristopherBlosser. I am also the Pirate Archaeologist, the Rogue Thief Pirate Archaeologist, Pirate, whatever you know me by. I will see you guys next week. Have a great night and have a great weekend.